And to that point, you are exactly right that it's a conversation that we need to have nationally. Who's going to lead it? In my opinion, who's going to lead the conversation but white men? But that's not a conversation they want to have, from my perspective. And I guess this is my question to you and anybody who wants to take it. From my perspective, historically, white men, not all, white men, not all, they're never the problem. They don't view themselves as ever being the problem anywhere at any time.
38% of the population are white males, yet they
Right.
account for over 85% of school shootings.
And so if they're not willing to be honest about this and have a discussion, who's going to lead the discussion? White men need to lead the discussion and help the healing process among the incels, the white incels, and the disgruntled young white men who are horny and can't get laid, et cetera, et cetera. But they're not going to do it because they don't think it's a problem. And if you call it out, then you're a racist. So you see the conundrum?
Well, I'm a white man. I have the conversation, but how do we?
Well, show the data.
Hold on a second, John. How do we unpack the conversation?
Show us the data. Slippers keeps saying there's this data, but he's yet to post a link. It's just his verbal data that he's spewing on young white males. I wish there were some young white males to defend themselves against Slippers' misinformation. I mean, Slippers, post the link.
Out of all the historical evidence that we have about white men's shenanigans, from slavery to school shootings, what data, when you say show the data, what data are you looking for that you can't find in history books, journals?
I'm looking for
archives,
any data to back up Slippers'
I
claims.
don't understand.
I'm saying if you're going to make a claim, you should post some data or a link. And until you do, it's just opinion and gossip. Go ahead, Slippers.
Wait, John, let me ask you a question. You think what's being said is not true?
I'm questioning it.
I'm just trying to get clarity on what you're saying, John.
I'm questioning Slippers' claims. Until I see some data, I can't confirm it. That's called using logic and reason to make, knowledgeable opinions. I mean, until I see data, it's still just opinion.
Slippers, you got data to back this up?
To be fair, I don't think Slipper needs to go and get data. I think John can literally go to the internet and find it very, very
You think I'm going to entertain this? This man has 50 phones. I'm sure he has access to Google.
Go ahead, make your claims, but post the data or a link. Otherwise, it's called opinion. And until I see a link confirming what you've said, it's opinion. And I could have 1,000 phones. It wouldn't make a difference. It's still called your opinion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to remember, hold on real quick, you got it, Marcus, I promise. We have to remember, we're dealing with people who said history, which they renamed critical race theory, is racist and anti-American. We're dealing with people who don't like facts, lived experiences, history, which is data, and receipts. So black people, and I'm saying for black people far and wide, and this is no disrespect to the white brothers and sisters in the stage, in the room, or listening later. When white folks ask you, especially in America, and especially if they are of a certain age, when they start asking you for data, when all they have to do is open up the pages of history books, don't entertain the nonsense. It's not our responsibility to teach these people the history of white supremacy, systemic racism, colonialism, et cetera, and the trickle-down effects and the mental and the impact on the psyche throughout generations. These people have collectively decided that they don't want to learn anything about this. Remember, they get to opt out of black history in high school and college. So now we can opt out of their demands for receipts when they have a handy iPhone and AI at their disposal to get all the evidence and receipts.
So no receipts. Okay, no receipts.
Hold on, John.
I posted 3 in the chat.
No receipts.
Actually, thank you, Slippers. I'm just going to say this as the cracker in the corner. I'm not disputing that you guys say there's data. I believe it. It makes sense, right? But how do we fix it is the question. Marcus, I need you to meet up, please, because I get feedback. Thank you, sir.
Oh, so sorry.
No, it's okay, man. Just no worries. Let me say hello to Adrian real quick. Adrian, how you doing?
Yo, what's up?
Chilling, man. We're talking about mass shootings in schools. Slippers is claiming that it's a white man problem, and I'm not disagreeing with him. But John wants data. What do you think about the conversation?
I think that's a good political strategy. I think it's genius, actually. Because if you think about it, every time that he does something, it puts Democrats in a position to where they step on themselves, right? So every time we have mass shootings, what does the left always say? We need to ban guns, ban guns, ban guns, right? The guns are the problem. The guns are the problem, not the people. The guns are the problem. All right, cool. Well, I'm going to ban trans from buying guns. Now, the minute that the left comes out and defend it, they're going to say, oh, so trans can't buy guns? No, that's not right, right? Trans should be able to buy guns. Oh, so it's not the guns that's the problem then, huh? Interesting. It's going to make them defend guns. It's going to make them defend owning guns. After they just got done saying, notoriously, we need to get rid of the guns. Now he's putting them in a position to where they have to defend the guns. It's a good political strategy. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
Right?
I don't know if they'll be able to enforce it though, with the DOJ. And by the way, speaking of Mr.
Well, JB, that's the point.
Hold on,
It's
Agent.
not about to be enforced. That's not the point. Is of enforcing it. It's forcing them to defend guns.
No, I get it, but let me just say this real quick. I know this is going to bring some smoke from some of you MAGA, but your guy there, Trump, he's taking L after L in these lower courts right now, and a lot of these cases are going to wind up in front of the Supreme Court, I believe. Marshall Rankin, how you doing, Marshall Rankin? Marshall? All right, guys, we're going to go popcorn style. One mic at a time, please.
So I just wanted, if you don't mind, I would love to address of how we fix it. And when we are dealing with disenfranchised young people, the key is having a sense of creating a sense of belonging. So I've worked for years and years and years with marginalized communities, and they've got so much support and help, and they're doing, in my circles, they're doing great. The circles that aren't doing great are the straight white males who are between 14, well, from about 12 to about 18, and they're lost because no one's catching them.
Let me ask you a question. Don't even meet up. Let's have this conversation.
Yeah.
I want to look around my room, right? And I'm just going to talk for the men in this room, right? Because at one point we were all 12 to 18.
Yeah.
All of us, my man, all of us had some, and I'm not cursing at you, I just cursed a lot, had some kind of fucking problem in our life when we were 12 to 18.
Yeah.
Hormones, testosterone, whatever, girl problems. So this narrative that's being spun in the world right now, that this select group, because they're white, they're 12 to 18, this is a new phenomenon. Bro, we've all been through it, all of us. So go ahead, Marcus.
What we didn't have back then was social media and all the external pressures that we have got today. So when we're dealing with stuff now, you're dealing with it on a completely different level. That's why I'm saying they're lost, because they're seeing so many different influences on social media. They're hearing so much misinformation. When you or I or people who are 40 and under were going through anything as teeny boppers, it was within your school group or your peer group. It wasn't an entire world that you had access to. That's why I'm saying that these young people whose brains are developing and who are going through hormones and who are trying to live up to some kind of like macho image that they feel that they should, because that's the picture that society is painting, instead of saying it's okay not to be okay. We're here to help you if you need a bit of extra support. You can talk about this, but because they're so bottled up, they are like a pressure cooker. And
dude, Marcus, I like you, dude. You're respectful, but I disagree with that. You're saying that you have these groups, and these groups are needed. I applaud you. No bullshit, no cap. But my question is a very, very simple question. Bro, where are the parents? Where are the parents? The parents in this world are failing our children. But go ahead, Marcus.
So, again, I'm 100% on your page, where their parents have drifted away as well. So my mum and dad, I was raised with respect and, live this life and do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. Generations below me have grown up, they're internet parents now, so it's give an iPad, give a this. Now those parents who have fallen away from what we would have classed as traditional parenting, they weren't taught that. Those have been taken away from school. In Northern Ireland, they don't do classes anymore on how to keep a house. They don't do classes on how to balance an account book. They don't do it how to buy in bulk or run your home. So these young people are being parented by parents who weren't parented very well. So we're almost going to have to go back to basics. And the thing is, help is needed, and we can talk around and talk around and talk around and talk around in circles. But actually, if I am bleeding from my arm, I'm not going to stand and look at it and go, well, it is bleeding, but what was the source? Why was it? I'm going to go, I'm going to get a plaster, I'm going to get a stitch, I'm going to fix it. And then we can worry about that. Pardon?
I need you to land your plane for I have speakers I want to get in.
Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah. Sorry, I thought we were having a chat. So I'm new to this platform, and I'm a talker, so I can shut up at any point.
No, Marcus, I like you. I like your energy. I'm even going to follow you. I think we definitely need more people like you that are empathetic. Let me go to somebody who I feel is an amazing parent, and that's Jane. How you doing, Janie?
Oh, thank you. Depends on the day.
100%. When you got kids, it always depends on the day. You want to chime in on the conversation, hon?
I'll answer your question. No, Trump is not mentally wrong. But I wanted to take a minute because First Lady ears could be burning or her back channels because JD, there's something brewing over in the conservative clubhouse white side that they want to have a big debate room, and they were going through the list of all the possible people they could ask. Of course, no surprise, they want First Lady, and I'm here to say, don't do it, First Lady. Please don't do it.
I don't know if First Lady's available.
Amen.
All right, but
Good.
for her.
Good, Janie.
How about you, though, JB? Would you do that?
Zero chance.
Adams? Slippers?
Adams is not he's a conservative.
I know, but he's a good moderator, so keep shit in check.
Well, it depends on the people. But I want to ask Adams a question. Adams, why do you think it is the numbers that you're saying? Why do you think it really is so impactful in the young white men's community?
I'm not even going to pretend to answer that. So, you have to refer to a white male, and asking that question to. So, I'm extending a certain boundary that I feel like a lot of white people, especially in that conservative clubhouse ilk, could, maybe learn from it, not inserting themselves into Black or minority people's business. So, I personally, I can't speak for a 100%, white American, young disgruntled youth. So, maybe you could go into chillism and ping one into this room. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't play with chillism. But I'll say this. Marcus made a great point, and I say it all the time. Social media, there's no guardrails for these kids. People are so busy working, they don't check their kids' phones, they don't check their iPads. These kids get radicalized online. And I'll say it again. I don't care if you're white, black, purple, or pink polka dots. We as a society, we as a country, we are failing our kids. Not everybody, but a majority of them. Guys, we're gonna go popcorn style. All I ask is we have a one mic policy. Just respect the space. Thank you.
It's not just parents, it's the whole system. It's the cell phones, it's the content, it's the never-ending rhetoric about how you have to be kind to everyone and accept everyone's mental derangement and impairment. So it's a cultural phenomenon which is leading to suicide. A lot, 50% of these white males who do go on killing sprees are suicidal. So the depression is a major issue. Health is a major issue. and propaganda and mind control and hypnosis is a major issue. It's all over TikTok. It's all over Instagram. It's true.
I'm gonna throw you a softball, Johnny. I believe that because of COVID, not the vaccine, we're not going down that rabbit hole, John. COVID locked us in, right? We got stuck in places with people we thought we loved, we didn't even like them. And I think what COVID really did to the mental health of this world is set us back decades. We're gonna go popcorn style, guys.
Well, Kennedy's fighting back against that. You can watch Senator Warren, Senator Sanders lose their shit today against Kennedy, and because they are bought and paid for by big pharma. Each of them have $30 million sitting in their bank accounts, and don't stop. They are literally fighting on behalf of big pharma because that's their primary contributors. And you've contributed my campaign. JB has contributed. Hakima has contributed to my campaign. I'm not some big pharma whore. I got $600 to get these petition signatures. So there is a big conflict of interest when it comes to COVID-19, and there's a big conflict of interest when it comes to trans and hormonal medical procedures and trans procedures. It's $100,000 to get your schmeckle cut off at in Los Angeles at a major hospital. So there's a huge financial incentive to keep promoting trans, and that's the truth.
Can I just ask a question there, John? When you were saying about being forced to be kind to everyone in the world, forced for kindness, how many wars have been started on kindness?
Listen, I'm not saying we're being forced to be kind. We want to be kind, but we have to push back on behalf of young men and young women who are being brainwashed and who are being abused. And if you have gender dysphoria and you're depressed and you think cutting your schmeckle off for $100,000 because Medicare, Medicaid is going to pay it for you.
Schmeckle as a kid. Come on.
Oh, yes, they do, Jane. There's lots of young men that have had gender reaffirming surgery. Lots of them. Thousands, tens of thousands of them at this point.
John, hold on a second. I'll come back to you, I promise. I want to say hello to Lula. Lula, how you doing?
Hey JB, I'm good, thank you. Just listening for now, I'll chip in as it's popcorn style, if that's alright.
I love your accent. You can chip in anytime you like.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Dr. Catherine's here, Jay. Sorry, Lola.
Dr. Catherine, wow.
No problem, darling.
What makes Dr. Catherine decide to slum it with us tonight? Hello, Dr. Catherine, one of my favorite people.
Yeah, we're still here.
Dr. Catherine, what brings you to my corner of the world? Dr. Catherine, are you there?
From the lower right.
Oh, here I am. Okay, so yeah, I'm back to traveling more to my Florida office, so I have more free time to just chat on Clubhouse. What are you guys up to? I heard there was something about. What did I hear? You guys talking about Big Pharma's out to kill everybody with vaccines?
Schmeckle cut everybody's penis off, Dr. Catherine.
We got.
Right. Okay. Why is it always these involuntary cis guys who are so stuck with other people's what they do with their genitals and who they want to have sex with? It's fascinating.
But what? Can you? I've never heard involuntary cis. Could you?
Hey, wait a second, agent. Let me just say this. I'm telling you now. Be very nice to Dr. Catherine. She's a friend of mine for years on this app. Be nice to her.
With all respect, Dr. Catherine.
Actually, you don't have to be nice to me. I'm an emergency physician by training, so trust me, I've been spit on, kicked, I take all sorts of shit, so I can handle it. Whatever you got, I got it.
But no, but in all seriousness, what does it mean to be involuntary cis?
So I only know this term because I've been on Clubhouse. It's not part of my general, cadence of speech, but I learned that involuntary cis means you're like this hetero person who wants to be in a relationship but can't attract someone to be in that relationship with you.
Celibate.
Yeah, I think you mean involuntary celibate.
That's what I meant. Incel. Okay, sorry guys. I had a glass of wine.
But But I'm also involuntary cis, just for clarity. No, I don't know about also.
You're involuntary celibate and cis.
I didn't mean to say that, but the latter only.
Well, you're a liar. But let me say hello to King.
We just started something new. What are we calling it now? Involuntary self-cis? You're self-cis? You're in-self-cis?
I'm voluntarily not celibate.
Yeah, we know. King, how you doing, King? Good to see you.
What's up, JB? Just leave a happy hour, headed to the crib.
Nice. So what do you think about the conversation? I gotta be honest, I didn't realize there was so much trans hate, not just in the world, but on this app. And I think a lot of men are just insecure about it. Just my opinion.
Could I win? Okay.
King, you were gonna chime in or no?
I was just gonna say, it's like everything, fear of the unknown, and then when things are talked about on social media, even though you may never have encountered such things in your real life, people think that these things are ubiquitous. And so, yeah, I would be confused as well if a whole bunch of people were, I guess if I cared enough about, again, what people did with their genitals, like Dr. Catherine said, I don't. But, yeah, people think that this shit is ubiquitous, and it's not at all to the scale they're making it seem. Most trans women keep their penises. Most trans men don't have reconstructive surgery for a penis. So you're talking about a fraction of percent of the population of already a minority group. So I don't know. I wonder too why people get so in their feelings about it.
Well, you know what brought up the subject, King, was the mass shooting in the church the other day. It was by a trans person. And people are coming off saying that, well, statistics say that most of these shootings are done by trans people. And it's mostly white young men. And we were trying to come to a conversation of why is it young white men that are committing these crimes, young trans white men.
And that proves my point. Regardless of whether they're trans or not, and in this instance, the person was trans, it is still a young white male. So I know people don't like to hear that out loud, but I feel like there's something to be said in white America about having that conversation of what is going on with disgruntled young white males where they are committing these acts in disproportionate numbers.
But you keep saying that, like we should, let's have the conversation.
I gave you the data, so I mean, but it's not my conversation. I'm not a white person.
But you're the one that keeps bringing it up. So obviously you have more knowledge than I'm a white person. I'm the cracker in the corner.
Okay, so you
hold on. I wasn't finished.
KK.
I don't know why these kids are doing that. Neither one of my children are trans, so I don't understand it. But I did say earlier, I think it's the parents' fault. Right? I think parents are coddling their kids nowadays. They want to be their kids' friends. They don't want to be the parent. They don't go to their cell phones or their iPads and other shit. They don't pay attention to who they're hanging around with. I think this is a parental problem, not a young white man's problem.
I've got a
What's the young white man's problem? Sorry.
I got a question. Do you guys all have like the same political views? Like, do you guys all support Trump here or not?
Absolutely not.
Oh, I am not a Trump supporter, Kylie. Not at all.
Oh, okay. I'm just checking.
Yeah, I support the president. I support Trump. Doesn't mean I agree with all his policies, but I'm proud to say I don't have Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah, no such thing.
What makes you believe that supporting Trump isn't a problem? Like, did you vote for Kamala or did you actually sit there and vote for Trump?
What makes me think that voting for Trump isn't a problem? It wasn't a problem for me.
Oh. And you're African, right?
Born in Black American, born in the United States, the greatest country on earth.
Okay.
I'm just
Interesting.
curious, Kylie,
I'm Black American, and I proudly voted for Trump, and I did not proudly vote for Kamala Harris. I'm proud I did not vote for her.
And please ask me why.
Could I ask why? Yeah, I was gonna ask you why.
You want to know why? Because Kamala Harris isn't a black woman. She faked her way to be black. When she ran for the California district, state attorney,
You put a lot of,
when she
put
ran,
a lot of black
hold on,
people in jail.
Right. Not only did she put a lot of black people in jail, when she ran for the California District State Attorney, she ran as the first Indian American woman, right? When it was a presidential debate back in 2021, she debated Joe Biden and called him a racist. He was, but then, when she wanted to get involved, then all of a sudden she was black. Then all of a sudden she was washing collard greens in the bathtub with bleach. But anybody that's black is gonna tell you that that's not how you clean collard greens. Any black person will tell you that, right? So I mean, I don't know, man.
Trump is beneficial
It's
to
just
black
too
people.
much of the fake blackness for me. I saw with Barack Obama. I'm not falling for it again this year. That's why I voted for Trump. Oh,
Do you think he's beneficial to black people?
Hilarious. So you like vote for I'm a black American, and I don't give a fuck if they're black or white or green. I don't vote for fascists nor authoritarian regimes. I don't vote for people who are constantly assaulting the Constitution and people's Bill of Rights. Like, I don't do that fucking shit. I don't give a goddamn what the fuck melanin is in your skin or not. Right? If it was somebody white and they were not a fucking fascist, they would have my vote. Right? I would take the status quo bureaucrat over a right-wing authoritarian. Period. So, we're not all the same up in here.
Let me take control of the room for a second, guys. This is community conversations and collaboration. Is Donald Trump mentally unfit for office? I put an article on top that Trump's DOJ is considering banning trans people from buying guns. I have no idea how they would enforce that. To me, that's a little extreme. But let me say hello to Abby. Shirley, how you doing, Shirley? Jordan, how you doing? Austin, I invited you up. Y'all, how you doing? MG, always a pleasure to have you in here. Jay, guys, if you have pink tickets, please cash it in. I want to go to Dismal. Dismal, how you doing, Dismal?
I think it's funny to have that meme actually, just to have people call say that word. I've heard it now far more than ever. But,
do you want me to put it Victoria?
That's fine. I've already been outed, so I don't mind. But
can you guys hear me?
I think my biggest concern is that Trump is currently utilizing anything within his power to distract from the Epstein file issue, and I don't think that he is deliberating on some of the major decisions that he's made, including sending the National Guard to Chicago, including the bombing of Iran. I think that more planning, more strategy should have gone into these decisions. And he's just looking to do whatever he can to get attention away in the news cycle. And that's sort of his plague. And I don't think he understands the consequences that this is having on
Victoria, let me just say this. He announced that Chicago would not be the next city that he goes into. That would be New Orleans. He said that New Orleans would be the next city. So
he's scared to come to Chicago. That's why. He tried to come to Chicago before and he couldn't make it through.
Can I go back to what Craig was saying earlier?
The 10th Amendment, JB does not have the right to just go into anybody's city with military forces or federal forces.
He does if it's a national emergency.
Law enforcement office. That's per the 10th Amendment and Posse Comitatus.
Yeah, but you know what came from what I understand? Kylie, hold on a second, I got you. From what I understand, I could be wrong. You can fact check me. He can't send troops in if it's to protect federal property.
Exactly, and so there would have to be a threat to federal property happening, right? Like, he's tried. I like the blatant manipulation and gaslighting, as if we don't know what emergencies are anymore in this country. We've lived through several emergencies, and to think that this fucking real estate mogul who never worked in public service in his life all of a sudden is doing shit that no other president in the United States has ever done. And we trust that, his reasoning, even though we know this is just everyday life in every city.
Well, let me jump in real quick, King. So, by the way, he's going to be signing an executive order, I believe, tomorrow. It will no longer be called the Department of Defense. It will be called the Department of War. So, there's that. To me, that just sends a really bad signal throughout the world. Let me say hello. First off, what's up, Craig? Good to see you, bro. XG, what's going on, young man?
What's up, JB? What's up, everybody? Salute to the room.
What's up, Craig? But I just wanted to say, yeah, Department of War, and guess what? The Republicans and the MAGA-tards are gonna fucking defend this and be like, he didn't actually mean there was gonna be no wars when he promised no wars and peace when he got into office. He doesn't actually mean anything by this. It's just it's not defense if we engage in wars with this. It actually makes sense to call it the Department of War instead. Like, that's exactly what the fuck they're gonna do, and they're going to act like somehow, in some way, shape, or form, that Trump isn't just, again, speaking out of the other side of his fucking neck for the 8th time in a row about some shit he promised on his campaign run. We've seen it with the Epstein files, we've seen it with bills, and matter of fact, ironically enough, it seems like on top of being quiet about the Epstein files, the one motherfucker who was so loud about Biden's health and what was going on with him is seemingly quiet about his now concerning the fact of that little hand that we haven't seen for a while. And on top of that, the fact that that little hand had a bruise mark for longer than his fucking ear that quote unquote got shot. So I just want to say, if he's gonna continue with this stuff, he's absolutely unfit for office. Because I guarantee you, if I gave you the exact same criteria and rap sheet of shit that Trump's done, or shit that we can see happening to him, or that he's doing, and then applied all that to Biden, all the Republicans 4 years ago would have said Biden's unfit for office for the same exact fucking reasons.
Thank you, XG. I'm gonna go to Dr. Catherine, then I'm gonna go to Dr. Catherine, then Project, and then Mother. Dr. Catherine?
Oh, actually, I was just listening, and I think the title is Mentally Unfit. Here we are. I think we got a little bit of all of it here. Some of us are more fit than others. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to go to Project and Mother, then TO. Project.
JB, thanks for inviting me up on your stage. Trump derangement syndrome is absolutely real, and it's really quite sad. People rooting against this president. I mean, he's president of the United States, and if nothing else, we should root for him. We should all be successful. If nothing else, we should all agree on that. This is not hyperbole when I say this. I really do feel that President Trump is probably one of the best decisions the American people have made in my lifetime, and I mean it sincerely. I equate it to Buchanan when he left office, led us into the Civil War, and Lincoln came in to sort of clean up his mess. I think it's that consequential. But I will say this. Dismal, I think, made an excellent point when she said this Epstein thing. The one thing that's going to derail this presidency is the Epstein thing. And because people like me who support the president, I am not going to overlook this. This is something that we need to investigate. There are people, innocent children, who've been hurt, and we can't cover this up just because rich men are involved. So this is the one thing. If he doesn't do the right thing here, then it's all going to be for naught.
Well, Project, let me just say something. I agree. They release the files, unredacted, in its entirety. They're never going to do that. And I'm not saying you, sir. I'm just saying in general. These files have been around for a long time. And I think that and it's just my opinion, this false outrage that certain people have, and not you, Project, I'm just talking about the politicians, is bewildering to me. They've had these files for forever, and they never released them. And I'm not a Donald Trump supporter, but I think that this is a square they're going to stand on to try to take him down. Do I think he's covering things up? Definitely, 100% he is. But we're never going to get the truth. But we have a better chance of the JFK files being released before the Epstein files.
What do you think, though, that what this does to Johnson? Because he indicated that he was trying to protect the victims, and now you have the victims, many of them appearing in person in front of the Congress. Well, some of them, I should say, not many of them, but some of them, demanding that the files get released. So, how is Mike Johnson going to defend that?
Victoria, let me ask you a question respectfully, and this is a serious question. If the files are released and it shows that he had something insidious to do with Epstein and young girls, what's going to be the outcome? Is he going to get impeached? No. Is he going to get removed from office? He's not getting removed, Victoria, as much as you want him to be. But what's the outcome?
Here's the thing. That would be a good question. Like, for especially his supporters, I was not one of them. It would be a good litmus test as to how far can this guy go. And if he goes that far, then we're just an idiocracy. And it's like that's where we deserve our grand slide down in terms of leadership in the globe. So I would hope that isn't the case. I would hope that people would actually wake up, and maybe it would be a wake up call. If you're the so-called Christian right and you're supporting a pedophile, it wouldn't be a first time, and many of them are pedophiles.
Let me jump in here real quick. The loudest voices I'm hearing to release these files is from the far right. Marjorie Taylor Greene and her Jewish space lasers, she's the one that's been barking the most. I don't know. Like I said, I don't see them ever releasing them. But let me hold on, Victoria. Let me go to Mother. Mother, I got you, Alan. Mother, how you doing?
Good, just enjoying my salad. I hope you guys are doing well.
The great Nicholas, good to hear from you, man.
So is it okay if I comment on a couple things?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. So I want to back up real quick. Like the whole Department of War rebrand, I was sitting here chewing on my salad and thinking, this is actually kind of accurate. Like all America, haven't we been in conflict, covert military operations, overthrowing of governments, assassinations of elected leaders for 90% of American history, if not just all-out war? I think it's 93 or something. I can look it up. But for the majority of this country's history, we have been at war. This is what America does. We're a violent nation. We kill whoever we want. We do whatever the fuck we want. That is the American way. This is an imperialistic country, right? So I don't have a problem with the rebrand, and I also think the logic, the liberals and the leftists are going to go, oh my God, it's going to be so expensive to rename all this stuff. Well, how come you didn't raise that objection when Biden was renaming U.S. military bases, right? It cost about $50 million. You didn't hear the left complaining about the cost at that point. So it's weird to criticize Trump on the cost when you don't criticize your own party when they do the same type of behavior. And then the same thing, and the last piece about is Trump mentally unfit. As much as I hate the man, right? I'm not a Trumper. I will never voted for him. I think he's sane enough to be president. Joe Biden looked much more decrepit and mentally retarded, excuse my word, than Trump. As much as I can't stand him and I can't stand his policies and I don't like the guy and I think he's an asshole, I think he's perfectly fit to be in the position at this point, unless there's a developing story that happened that I'm not aware of. Everything that he has said, I believe he's competent. I'm done.
Thank you, the great Nicholas. By the way, I don't know if anybody's seen recently, especially today, the big gash on Joe Biden's head. It looks like he has multiple stitches on his head. It looks like he probably fell. Yeah.
Did he fall today? Oh, I didn't see that.
I don't know if he fell, but he has a big gash on his head. It was all over.
What about the big bruise on Trump's hand?
Yeah, we'll get to that. Hold on. Let me go to Tio, and then I want to go to Alan. Tio, how you doing?
I'm good.
You want to chime in or you want to hang out?
I'm just trying to see where to catch up at. I'm listening to you guys right now.
All right, man. I'll circle back to you. Thank you.
Okay.
Alan Dean. Hold on, Victoria. Alan Dean.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great, man. It's good to see you. Good to hear from you. How you doing?
I'm good. So I'll say a few things. Is he mentally unfit for office? No, he's mentally fit. That's my answer to that question. Second issue, people have been frothing, especially Democrats, frothing at the mouth, hoping that there's some connection between Trump and Epstein and they did something wrong. In the hundreds of court documents the Epstein trials, victims were asked directly, did Trump do anything? They all said no. On CNN recently, they had all of the victims there after they did either before or after they did the press conference. They asked them again directly, did Trump do anything to you? All of them said no. The Democrats have a hard-on hoping that somebody somewhere says, oh, Trump touched my titty. Trump didn't do anything. He's not connected with it.
Wait a second, Alan. Alan, hold on.
Yeah.
There literally is a victim that names him.
Hold on a second.
No, there isn't.
Hold on, Alan. If I'm not mistaken, it's the far right that's leading the charge with this Epstein's file, like the margin.
Oh, yeah, I know. Listen, they want the far right.
They want Clinton. They want Clinton, Alan.
Yeah, well, they want.
And we know his name is all over this. The victim said it.
Well, look, if I'm going to be consistent here, CNN also asked about Clinton, and they also said no. So maybe that clears both Trump and Clinton, or maybe it indicts them both, which I don't know. But the fact is we keep getting, testimony and facts piled one on top of each other that said Trump didn't do nothing. But again, it's Trump.
So why don't they release the entire files, not just
well.
Wait, let me finish my question.
Oh, okay.
Release them entirely, unredacted, in its entirety, and let the American people decide what's going on. No?
Well, I agree, but I think while Trump isn't on that list, there are, or in those files, there are people who are, and that are high enough up in government and have enough influence that they very well may be stopping them from being released. And I think that's the issue. If you take down someone like Chuck Schumer or what's his face, the turtle, then we're going to have issues.
Mr. McConnell?
So there will be.
You know what issue I have with you? You still have a pink ticket.
Me? Well, I'm sorry. You keep changing your clubs and creating new clubs. How am I supposed to keep up on all of this, man? Don't blame me.
Don't listen to me, you. Don't use your dementia and old age as an excuse. Stop it.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the young whippersnapper. Anyways, I joined. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Alan. Hang out for a while. Let me go to Jamal. We're about to get a big pot of matter right now. How you doing, Jamal?
All right. Can y'all hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just want to say, how could he be out of his mind in any way when he's had the best 8-month opening of any president
on what fucking metric
that I've ever seen? He's done a hell of a job in his first 8 months. I don't know what he'll do over the next 3.5 years.
Wait. Let me ask you a question. How's the war in Ukraine going? How's the conflict in the Middle East going? The two that he said he was going to stop.
I think what has happened here is Putin really wants to play a dangerous game of chicken, because I think that they think they're ready for war, but they want us to kick it off. And I think Putin is playing a dangerous game of chicken right now. Putin is not as tough as he comes off to be. And I think that Trump is just trying to play patient because he knows.
Wait a second, Jamal. Jamal, hold on a second. Did you know that Putin just put 100,000 troops in the Donbass region of Ukraine?
Right.
100,000. So while Trump's sitting around with his thumb up his ass, Putin's going to take over Ukraine.
Well, but the thing is, I think what Trump would prefer to do is back out of it and let the Europeans fight it. And I think he's probably smart. That's one of the most intelligent things that I've seen him do, is kind of keep his hands a little bit where he can just back out of it. And I think that's what he's going to do is he's going to just say, okay, I couldn't get you guys to come to the table. He's going to back up and let the Europeans fight it out with him. But he doesn't want to be a part of this shit.
Because he failed.
I'm sorry?
Because we can't afford it.
And it don't make
Wait
any
a
sense.
second. Hold on a second.
No!
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Everybody hold on a second. Actually, hold on a second. Jamal. And I'm gonna let you speak as much as you want. You can land your plane in a minute, but
Yes, sir.
how come? And I'm being serious. I'm saying this respectfully. How come MAGA won't take the L? How come you guys won't take the loss that he failed with Ukraine, Russia, and in the Middle East? Why not?
I don't think, because the reality of it is, it wasn't on his watch, and it's like he says, it's not his war. This is not something that happened.
He campaigned on this. Jamal, he campaigned on this, bro.
Well, remember what he got Putin say in Alaska.
Wait, hold on, Jamal. He campaigned on the Epstein files, and he campaigned on bringing peace to Russia. He said he'd have it resolved in 48 hours. Well, he was in his presidency, it's getting worse.
I think this is the part that allows him to come out like this, is because Putin said if he would have been in office, this would have never happened. That came out of Putin's mouth. So he's already been rectified in the situation, so he can really kind of wash his hands and stand to the side. And the other thing that he's doing really good is thinking about this hemisphere with those what are they? What's the South Americans down here? I forget the name. Slipped my mind. By him doing that move that he's making with the drug cartel down there, that's a powerful move. No president has ever done that. As far as bringing troops to stop this cartel. And my brother died OD on fentanyl, and I know each one of you knows somebody who's died of fentanyl. And so for him to stand up for that, that's a powerful move that he's doing right now.
Hakima, let me just say this real quick. And I'm going to pass it right to you, then I want to get all normal in the conversation. Hakima, you notice how I brought up Ukraine, Russia, I brought up the Middle East, and automatically MAGA deflects? They go right to Venezuela and Maduro?
I was going to say the same thing, Dave, because, like, especially to the point to go back to Ukraine, like, to show you the flaw in your argument, Jamal. You say that he's going to let Europe handle it. Well, according to the treaty, if Europe get in the war, then America has to get in the war. So there's no just sitting back, stepping back, washing your hands. Can I finish, sir? Can I finish? There's no just washing your hands of Ukraine and letting Europe take care of it. Because the minute Europe starts fighting Russia, according to the treaty, if he's going to back out the treaty, according to the treaty, he has to help. So it's not going to go the way you think.
Yeah, last time a war happened in Europe, who had to come bail all those motherfuckers out so they wouldn't be speaking German? It was us. So yeah, anytime Europe gets involved in some shit, we gotta be there too.
It's called.
I mean, right at the last minute when we've done all the hard work, but sure.
Oh, stop that, Lula. But Jamal, let me just say this real quick, I'm being serious. Jamal, I'm sorry for you, but you lost of your brother. I lost two sisters when I was younger to heroin, so I know what the damage drugs could do. But let's keep it real, bro. Trump is a, I don't want to say a pussy because that might trigger some of you people, but he's backing down to Putin like he's his puppet. But before you continue, Jamal, I have to say hello to Uncle El Normo. El Normo, how you doing?
Doing okay, man. How are you? Thanks for having me up.
Thank you for coming up, man. So what do you think? You think Trump is mentally unfit for office?
No, he's Trump. We know what we're getting this time around, and more people voted for him than the first time. He's Trump. He's a little wacky. He's clumsy. He doesn't really understand half the things that he's doing or saying. He's Trump. He's not unfit for office. I think he is, as I said before, the unwitting agent of historical change. It's absolutely a fact that we cannot afford to defend the entire free world. We don't have the personnel for it, and we don't have the budget for it.
Then why campaign on it saying he's going to stop these conflicts in 48 hours and he hasn't done it?
Because 95% of what he says is hooey, but everybody knows that. It's malarkey. It's horse feathers.
secret. Anything could come out of his mouth. 1 minute he's taking Greenland, then he's taking Canada, which, by the way, helped to elect a liberal prime minister in Canada, so they should thank us. The liberals should thank Trump for inspiring a liberal win in Canada. Wait, before you interject, I want to add one more thought. Because of Trump, Europe is now stepping up its military spending, as it must. They were free riding on America since World War II. And now they have to spend less of their money on, you get a year free if you have a baby, free education, free health care. They got to spend more on defending themselves. We can't defend the entire world. And by the way, we have to focus on China. That's the real adversary. Same thing with Israel in the Middle East. Trump is saying, listen, we're going to support you militarily. We are partners. We are partners militarily and in terms of intelligence. But you guys deal with it. And by the way, deal with it fast. Get this thing over with. I don't want this war hanging around. That's the realignment of the entire world. He's absolutely right about
It's funny you say that, Norm. Hold on, actually, I got you. It's funny you say that get it done fast. And Putin just moved 100,000 troops into Ukraine, in the Donbass region. So they're not looking to get rid of it fast. They're looking to destroy Ukraine. Well, Donald Trump sits around and plays his fiddle.
I disagree with you. And I hope I'm right and I hope you're wrong. And this is how I disagree with you. Putin is going to keep Donbass and Crimea, half of which he took under Obama, and Obama didn't do anything. The other half he did in the past 3 years. He's going to keep those. Nobody's going to fight to get them back. But if he goes past that, then it's going to be a big problem for him, and Europe and the United States are going to oppose him. So he can move those troops there as a show of force. But I think, frankly, if he starts a war with all of Europe, Putin, I think, knows that his reign will fall. He's a bit of a paper tiger. That place has no economy, and it doesn't have the military that it's pretending to have. They're drafting people off the streets over there, Jake.
Well, also, the leader of North Korea came out and said, we will supply Russia whatever they need, troops, weapons, whatever they need. So it's not just Russia that Ukraine is fighting. I'm sorry, I think Donald Trump is all talk and no walk. But actually, hold on 1 second. I gotta say hello to Mike Moon, then I'll come to you, I promise. Mikey Moon, what's good, man?
Hey, man, hey. Hey, welcome, Mario. Hi, JB. I want to say, first of all, Norm, I really enjoyed what you just said. There's two things that you said. One is the whole thing about, it's malarkey. It's what he is. You know him. He's full of shit when he says that. But he still did this and this and this. It's refreshing to hear somebody admit when he's completely full of shit. And then complement that with the reality that, but he has Europe paying, in ways he never did before. That's something that should have been done, which I totally agree with. It's like I could support him way easier if I heard more people who were heavy supporters of him admit that, yeah, he fucking lies on purpose, but he does this too. Instead of acting like, oh, let me interpret his lie to be what he meant to say, because what he wasn't lying. He was saying this and it's this. It's like there's this constant effort to defend him and recategorize and explain what he's saying when he's just, frankly, being full of shit. That doesn't change the fact that he's effective in doing some things that, A, need to be done, and B, can't be done by anybody but him. So, I appreciate what he said.
And I appreciate what you said as well. But I want to ask you a question. I'm going to go to XG and I want to go to y'all. What has he done that's effective besides close the border? Besides close the border, what has he done?
Well, he got, to Norm's point, he got Europe to pay a fucking ton of money that they owe, which is really nice. Like, the UN was literally being funded by us, and now they're all paying, which is great. He also, now I will admit, Ukraine, failure. He's trying, failure. It's hard, he's not, Ukraine, okay. I want to say about Ukraine really fast. I just want to say that it does confirm what I believe, which is that Putin is playing him, and he doesn't know any better, and he really thinks Putin cares more for him than he really does. I think Ukraine proves it. And so it is a failure on his part. It is one thing that he's failing at. But I would say that he is bringing world leaders together to have conversations that need to be had within ways other presidents haven't had. He is he's standing firm on American strength in ways that other presidents were embarrassed to do. He's putting America first, frankly, which I am supportive of. It's something that needs to be done. And what else has he done that's effective? Well, so far he hasn't crashed the economy with his tariffs. So it remains to be seen. I'm leaving it open-ended if they're decent or if they're good or not for the economy. But he did say they would take a while, and he has not crashed the economy with them yet, which means that for now, the jury's still out. So I got to say that he's like 50-50 with me, but I want him to succeed, and if he achieved everything he's going for, it would only make us strong as a country. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Let's go to XG, then y'all. XG?
Yeah, so I guess one thing I just find a bit odd, and granted I understand the differences in spending, right? But the length of time also I want to put in there too. It always seems like we don't have enough budget to do X, Y, and Z, but we simultaneously have enough budget to do A, B, and C at the same time. So like, we don't have enough budget to go help Ukraine or do this, etc. We've got enough budget to fund Israel though, and we're not going to complain about the funds to them. Okay, cool.
So wait,
Ukraine almost 200 billion. No, I have to wait for 2 years to respond. So you can meet up. I'm chilling.
No, we gave Ukraine a ton of money.
It's all right. Don't worry.
It's not all right.
This is defense too. It's all right.
I'm not defending you. I'm correcting you.
No, brother. You can't say shit about Israel without this motherfucker coming out of my front.
Well, don't talk shit and you won't get corrected. Get it right.
We have an endless amount of support.
Hold on. Everybody mute up. Thank you. We're gonna go to Agent. I know you want to go, but I'll let SG Lang explain everybody. Y'all, then Zach, and then you, Agent. SG, go ahead, bro. Please don't interrupt him.
Yeah, so as I said, so if we don't have a budget for this, we have a budget for that. We don't have enough to give health care. We don't have that. We have to cut Medicaid and shit, but we have enough to put a $200 million ballroom inside the White House that nobody but my cronies can come visit. Right, so we can go ahead and do that. Oh yeah, we don't have enough money for wars. We can consistently be engaged with this one and support Israel, literally everything that they do. That's completely fine. So like, what I'm finding interesting is just that there's always not room in the budget when it's something that we don't want to do, but there is room in the budget if it's something that you support or you want to happen.
Duh.
Thank you. Duh. Hold on, Mike. Let's go to y'all. Let's get a Canadian perspective. And then if Norm wants to jump, Project, I got you. Norm wants to push back, he's more than welcome. Y'all, how you doing, bro?
I'm good, thank you. Just a quick thought. I think it's great that Trump has encouraged Europe and Canada to spend more on their military, but it's completely useless if it means that you lost those relationships, those partnerships with those countries, right? And not only that, but now India, North Korea, China, Iran, and Russia are forming a nice allyship, which I think is way worse than the EU not spending enough on military. If we have an actual war, it's going to cost infinitely more to America than what they were spending on military before. Thank you.
Thank you, y'all. Hold on, Alan, I got you. Norm, did you want to push back on anything that's being said or no?
Yeah, just a tiny little bit. So, it was the great president for whom I voted, Barack Hussein Obama, who said elections have consequences. No truer words were ever spoken. Furthermore, the world has one and only one superpower by a factor of trillions economically and by an inestimable factor militarily. That remains the case. There's one superpower, that's the United States of America. What is next is we need a...
Wait, Norm, you didn't see that Chinese parade the other day?
Well, they are number two. They're number two by a lot. They have a nice parade. They have they're doing a lot with what they have. The Chinese are doing more with their secondary status than we are with our primary status. and what remains to be done, and I'm going to have to be critical of the president for whom I voted, Biden, and say that Biden did not use American power sufficiently in American interest. And I am hoping that Trump does assert American power, use our influence as the only, and by the way, probably the greatest superpower in history by a lot. By a lot. If I forget, I think our GDP is 18 trillion. I could be wrong there, but I know it's 1/3 more, which would be $6 trillion more than China's. Now, China's coming up, there isn't any doubt about it, but there is no other country that can match us or project our military power. So the next question is, what do we do about it? When it comes to freedom, when it comes to keeping the seas of the world safe, when it comes to keeping the world financial system safe, how come you can swipe your card in France and it comes out of your bank here? How come all of the transactions, financial transactions in the world are a fact?
Excuse me, Uncle Warren.
Yeah. Am I going on too long?
No, you're fine. My question is, that all sounds fantastic, but what about the debt that we're in that we're never going to pay?
He needs to address it. It's not sustainable. And he was playing around with this Elon Musk thing, what's it called, Doge, which was performative. But at least it's on the table. At least people are talking about it now. And by the way, our military realignment is part of that. Because under Barack Obama, we reduced our 2-theater capacity to 1.5 theaters. That means that we can only fight 1.5 wars, major wars, under Obama. And under Trump, it's been reduced to 1. We can only fight 1 major war. And that has to be focused towards China because they're our greatest adversary, potentially. By the way, if we project our power correctly, we never have to go to war with China. But we have to use our power in a credible way. And we need a half-crazy, militaristic, blustering, clumsy, half-aware lunatic like Trump, I think, to project that power right now.
Thank you, Gordon. Everybody hold on, please. I'm going to go to Alan, then King, then Project. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, JB, you mentioned that I'm old. And because I'm old,
I was joking with you.
I know, but it's okay because I'm using it to make a point. Because I'm old, I remember Nixon, I remember Ford, I remember Reagan, I remember Bush Sr., Bush Jr.
Well, you are fucking
old. And now I remember Trump. Every Republican president, the Democrats say they're crazy, that they're stupid, and they don't know what they're doing. Now, the fact that they've said that every single time, are the Republican presidents stupid and don't know what they're doing? Or maybe that's just the same old BS that the Democrats come up with every time that a Republican gains the presidency. I think it's the latter, not the former. I think the Democrats are full of shit. Now, moving on, second point, Ukraine. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. As far as the military goals, the whole point of Ukraine was to cut Russia oil off from Europe and get them dependent on Middle Eastern oil. That's what they've done. And now the U.S. pissed with India because India was buying Russian oil and selling it to Europe. Eventually that change will happen. The military goals of the U.S. have been fulfilled. The only reason it's continuing, in my view, is because there are too many people like Zelensky, like members of Congress, like the Europeans, like the arms makers, who are making too much money to let it end. It has very little to do with Putin and, he has Trump fooled. No, he's, like other people have said, he's brought these leaders together. He's done more than Biden did in that regard. But if they're not going to deal, then he did his best. And as far as Canada goes, I can't help it. I'm sorry. Oh, did Yara leave, or is he still? Yeah, I'm sorry. I saw a report that said some high up in the Canadian government said that if you're the victim of a home invasion in Canada, you should just let the people come in and not resist and do whatever they said. I mention that only because if Trump did decide to invade Canada, the battle would last exactly 30 minutes and we could annex the entire country within a day. So based on what they're telling their citizens to do if someone comes into their house. Anyways, I'm done. Thank you.
I just want to say one thing, piggybacking off of what my man just said. I really think Zelensky has turned out in this instance to be the real problem because he doesn't have the sense to do business. Because all he had to do, the Nord Stream pipeline is already done, I think. And all they need to do is just turn on the pipeline. They just need to split up the money, cut the pie up, and everybody take some, and you could have kept your damn country. Nobody wanted to fight this war over that. They should have let them run that damn pipeline and run that oil through that pipeline, and they should have split the money up. I land.
Let me jump in here real quick.
I got us. You there?
Let me jump in real quick, Alan.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Let me just say this. The deflection is so strong from the right. It's bananas to me, right? This dude said he was going to end this war in 48 hours. I don't give a shit if he's just talking out of his ass. That was a campaign promise. This dude said he would have the files unredacted and released in their entirety. Another talking point people like to deflect off of. You want to talk about Zelensky, you want to talk about Putin, and the leader of China and North Korea, that's fine. But when does the buck stop here? I'm just curious about that. Project, I know you've been patiently waiting. I'm going to pass the mic to you and then go back to Alan.
I thought I was in the queue, JB.
Go ahead. You go.
I'm sorry, King. I didn't mean to pass you.
He can speak. Go ahead. No problem. I'll wait.
No, as soon as I stopped talking, I got a phone call. So I didn't hear any of the rebuttals except for you, JB.
Well, that's the only one that matters.
Well, this is true, but no, I don't see. I don't see it as a deflection. I mean, I agree. He said he was going to end it, and like I said, he did bring them together. How many times did he bring Zelensky and Putin together? And like I said, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. And that's the most. That's the most I can say.
You shouldn't promise it then. Hold on, Norm.
No. What do you mean you shouldn't promise it? That's what every politician does.
Oh.
If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor.
Okay.
Read my lips. No new taxes. Come on, Jay.
And how'd that turn out for him?
Of course.
So,
This is politics. I'm not going to deflect.
We ended up with Donald Trump in office. Thank you for reminding us.
Well, let me go to King, because King's been patient. Then we'll go to Project. King, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to remind people that the only leaders that Trump has brought together is Xi, Putin, and Modi. I don't know if people are aware of the fact that India and China were not fucking roommates and best buds before this administration, and to see Modi, holding Xi so tenderly at this parade in Putin after Donald Trump rolled the red carpet out for this motherfucker, tells you everything that you need to know. His foreign policy has been a failure. And again, this is why we are constantly distracted with the bullshit. Are y'all not paying attention to your fucking 401ks? Do you know that he bailed out private equity by giving your retirement accounts exposure to private equity?
Modi didn't attend the recent parade.
Yeah, he was there.
No, he wasn't. You're talking about Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, this was correct.
Keep your friends close.
I'll confirm that then. In any case, he's given with the stroke of a pen private equity access to our 401ks when private equity investments don't have any fiduciary responsibility to make investments that are at the best interest of their investors, right? So like there's so many things across the board that people are pissed at this guy. The farmers are pissed at this guy. The older seniors who are losing their care are pissed at this guy. I don't even know who we can call an ally in the world anymore, outside of Malay and Orban. Like, who are our allies at this point?
Israel's definitely our ally.
Europe is our ally. Who else is going to protect them?
Europe is definitely not out. I don't think that they want to fuck with us after what we did to Ukraine. But I haven't. But again, we know in world politics, people don't forget. And so to think that these actions are not going to have consequences down the line is insane, which is why I'm like, JB, instead of asking, is Trump mentally unfit for office? Maybe the question we need to be asking is, are the voters unfit to cast a vote? Because people are just, this is all on vibes. This is all on vibes. Nobody is fucking paying attention to what the fuck is going on. They just want to root for their guy. And I think that that's ridiculous. And we're suffering for it. Like, with these fucking grocery prices, like, everything is really fucked up. And we're sitting here having conversations about it as if people around us aren't being hurt by this.
Thank you.
So, the market is up, King. What is it exactly is to hurt? Where's it down?
The market is disconnected from Main Street, and you know that. You know there are more. Right. Exactly. So when you give, you know how do you know how private equity works?
Of course.
Okay, so do you think it's a good idea to give private equity exposure to your retirement account?
What's the problem?
You don't think private equity trying to make money? I think that the way they make money is what's the problem. They get paid either way, but their investors don't necessarily get paid unless they have a win. So when they buy up companies, extract all the value out, and then sell it, drive the company into bankruptcy, that's not necessarily a win for their investors, right? There's a reason why private equity. There's a reason why.
You guys, hold on. You get crazy feedback when you're on mute. Let Norm push back on you real quick.
Yeah, can you please mute?
Thank you. Get Norm.
No, I am just pointing out that the economy, not only is the economy strong, but the institutions are strong. We have the strongest institutions on the planet, and they're stronger than ever. And I just want to add, by the way, that our academic institutions have been captured ideologically, and he's addressing that as well. So put another check in the column for him on addressing the problem of ideological capture of our institutions that are supposed to be about research, innovation, inquiry, and advancement, and had been captured ideologically. But again, I'm not sure what your objection is.
Isn't he taking L's? He's taking losses in the appeal courts. Because they're all saying that he shouldn't have taken money away from these institutions.
No, he's actually winning.
Yeah, they're shaking in their boots. They're making deals with them all over the place. They realize how wrong they are.
Yeah,
It's outrageous what they were doing.
I'll make this quick, JD. The Democrats have been waging lawfare. The lower court judges are filing all these TROs and injunctions and everything else, and then Trump doing everything legal, obeying the courts, appeals them up to the Supreme Court, and in almost every case, the Supreme Court slaps down the lower court judges to the point where Kavanaugh and Gorsuch have now admonished the lower courts, saying, we understand sometimes lower court judges may disagree with our rulings, but under no circumstances are they allowed to disobey them. And the Supreme Court is laying down the law, and yet these dumb fuck Democrat appointee judges continue to disobey the Supreme Court. Trump is winning in the courts. The problem is the Democrats are just gumming up the works every chance they can. So, yeah, that's reality.
Thank you, Alan. Let's go. Hold on.
Can I just say real quick, JB? I put the links in the chat. I was correct. It is Xi, Modi, and Putin, and every headline is that we should be very concerned. I'm sure the administration is very concerned that these particular individuals are now, forming these type bonds. Again, India and China are not. India has always been very much neutral on the global stage. To drive India into the hands of China, that's a first. That's a first. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So he's failed.
That didn't actually happen. Can I respond, please?
Hold on. Because Project's been waiting for like 30 minutes to talk. Can I go to him, please? Then I'll come to you.
Can I please respond directly to that point? If that's...
Go ahead, Project.
Well, that's what Dismal's always correct, but Dismal left, so I'll withdraw that statement. Look, while we have the Star Chamber and we're sort of solving all the world's problems, can we talk a little bit about Nancy Pelosi, right? Nancy Pelosi, who makes roughly $200,000 a year, has a gross worth of $400 million. I mean, really, she's outperforming all the hedge funds in the country. I mean, it's absolute insanity. We need term limits, please. Americans, once we get through fighting each other, let's fight the real enemies, okay? And somebody mentioned, somebody mentioned, I think it was you, JB, said that exclude the border. What has the president done? What is his accomplishment? Oh, excuse me, if all he did was steal and secure the borders, I mean, I think it would be more consequential than damn near any president we've had in my lifetime. I mean, it's a huge victory. It's something he ran on, and we can't just excuse that. But if we need to have something else, how about the attack on Iran, who set back their nuclear program at least 3 years? Nobody talks about that. I remember when it was proposed, everybody thought, oh my God, we were doing World War III. Well, not a peep out of Iran. And so let's give a credit for that. How about that?
So you want to close the borders? Well, the entire interior of the country burns down with inflation, racial relations. I mean, I can go on and on, but let's just worry about the border instead of what's going on inside our country. But I want to give Victoria a chance to push back.
Well, let me give me 5 seconds since you look. What did he do in D.C.? I mean, you have people slaughtering each other at an alarming rate. He sends a troop in, and look, at least people are not being slaughtered on the street. People can have enterprise and everything else. So he's securing our cities. Come on.
Okay, if you say so. If you say so. Victoria, go ahead, hon.
Thank you. First of all, Modi was not at the 80-year celebration parade that Xi Jinping hosted. He simply wasn't there. He was hosting counterpart from Singapore at the time, and I just want to push back on that. Second, although there's indications and recent developments that they're moving closer, India has been far more severe in cutting ties with China and Chinese technology than the United States. It made moves far earlier. Second of all, they have a border dispute that has been ongoing so long that I actually met somebody who was in the India or in Indian army and actually like used a stick because that was what they decided that there would be no weapons. That was like a compromise that had been reached, and used sticks to like beat other Chinese soldiers. So the idea that they're somehow closing up, what you might be considering is India has always been an ally of Russia, and that it hasn't gone away, and that is probably going to be getting more. Sorry.
Dismal, did you read the links that I posted? My sources.
No, I didn't.
King, what are you more worried about, the national debt or the fact that your investment portfolio is now accessible to private equity? I mean, the entire economy, 40% of the economy is all borrowed.
Isn't it all connected? I mean, why should private equity get a bailout on my retirement?
Where's the bailout? There's no bailout.
It's a bailout for all intents and purposes.
How is it a bailout?
So, most of the portfolio in private equity is startups, and the startup companies when they go public, and IPOs and IPOs.
King, hold on a second. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna go to my financial guru, Isiani. Isiani, how you doing, bro?
Doing great, you?
Man, any day I wake up is a good day for me. So what do you think about this conversation we're having? You want to chime in?
I do. I actually just want to talk specifically to the private equity conversation. I understand the fear around private equity, but it's simply equity in private companies. And there's a lot of different types of private companies. There's literally companies around you who are doing great, making great cash flow, and private equity is literally saying, hey, the equity in my business, people can actually invest it into their retirement assets. I don't need to go public first. I can sell it directly to you through like an intermediary, an advisor like me, or some companies can package it up. Now there's some terrible people just like the world. There's good people, there's bad people. There's people doing good business and doing bad business. If a company comes in and gobbles up your neighborhood and tears it down, well, that's bad practice. That's bad practices. It doesn't necessarily reflect on like the entire concept of private equity. So you should actually be grateful, or at least appreciative, for that executive order, because it opens up opportunities even for small communities, right?
So can I read this real quick? I just posted a link in the chat. Private equity wants your retirement nest egg, and it basically states that the private equity industry is underperforming, cannot exit its investments, and cannot return much actual cash to its institutional investors, in large part because the industry since 2022 has consistently overvalued their portfolio companies. Private equity investors are clamoring for cash, and the 401ks and IRAs look like just the perfect bailout for the PE billionaires. So I'll continue to post more resources because, people are obsessed with Epstein and all this fucking bullshit. There's a lot other things going on that people need to be paying attention to that have real material impacts on their futures.
All right, guys, go to popcorn style. Go ahead, Isiani.
we don't have to allow other people's stories to impact because it's the law, right? It's widespreading, right? Because some companies are failing, like think local, the real estate in your I don't know what city you're in, but essentially people can start investing your future if they love a city and there's a private equity offering in their city, their community, like community centers or whatever, they can literally issue shares, especially now with crypto and whatever the community tokenize their shares as private equity. It's not listed, it's not a public company yet, but people can literally invest in new ways. It opens up new opportunities. You're worried about the legacy companies, the big companies, but I think don't attach yourself to that story in particular. There are some bad actors, but this is America. Each state is different. Each company is different. It's just a matter of perspective, right?
Well, I gotta be honest. I only speak for myself. No smoke with King, but I'm more interested in Epstein files. I want to know if our president's a pedophile.
You already know that. You already know.
Yeah, we know he is.
Nobody knows that.
This is not the first time. This is not the first time he's been accused.
Stir in the pot. Stir in the pot.
Basically admitted sexual assault before he was elected the first time. Y'all didn't give a fuck.
He did not.
Grab him by the pussy? Is that not a description of sexual assault?
He said they like you. He didn't say he
sound
did it
like
without
He did have a civil trial. There were definitely lots of facts that were provided for voters to peruse if they wanted to. A lot of his voters decided that they didn't care.
People get
civil trial in
especially
which...
celebrity. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
So, in any case, JB, we all have priorities. I would love to be able to retire, and I've worked hard to accumulate, to save, and I don't appreciate the fact that this person, like, with no checks and balances, can just fuck over my shit.
Wait, and just really fast, because you left out part of that quote, Norm, because right before he says they let you do it, he says this: I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
They let you.
Wait.
They let you.
So no. He said again. Look at what's being said. It says I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. Meaning he salted there. And then when I was because you're a star, they let you do it.
The girls in the Miss Teen USA pageant literally said he felt he was creepy and it just felt very weird. And they were not comfortable. So the idea that they quote unquote let you or whatever, that's bullshit. We all know what a creepy uncle looks like. We've all dealt with creepy uncle.
If you don't like creepy uncle, don't go hang with creepy uncle.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I really tried with you, Victoria, but your mic is super loud tonight, and you just don't want to have any mic decorum. I don't know what's going on with you. You're more than welcome to come back up, but I run a one mic policy. Yeah, Norm.
No, I don't have anything. He said that they allowed him to do it. They let you is consent. That's number one. Number two, people get accused of things all the time. To assume that an accusation is a conviction or is indicative of guilt is really absurd, and I think it says more about.
Where's Bongino? Where's Bongino? I need somebody to check in with Bongino. Like, where the hell is he?
Okay.
Has he disappeared? Did he
Why
die?
are you interrupting while changing the subject?
Because he was the one who was the loudest about his reservations of hiding what was discovered, and we haven't seen him since. Bongino, the assistant to wild name.
You interrupted. What did he discover?
Go ahead.
Bro, what did he discover, King? Nothing. That's what
He did want to cover up for the administration when they backpedaled on releasing the files.
If there's a crime, then the crime should be prosecuted. If there's no crime, then you don't release a whole bunch of files with people's names in them that have done nothing wrong, because it hurts them. That's a fundamental precept of justice. Okay? So we have an attorney general. The attorney general looks through the files and see if there's probable cause to make a prosecution that a crime has been committed. This is not complicated. This is not complicated. So if you like the gossip column and you want to see who's in there and who was on the plane, that's your business. But it's not the obligation of the Justice Department to feed your appetite for gossip.
Norman, hold on a second. Let me just say this.
Yeah.
She is right, though. When Bongino came out, who's the assistant director of the FBI, and he said, release these files unredacted, all of a sudden, after he came out and said all this, you don't hear from this man anymore. Him being silenced, I believe, is real.
Yeah, 100%. What are we talking about? I mean, you guys understand, like, FC, it's like you ran Victoria's Secrets. So there's something here, is obviously, there's a lot of rich and powerful people involved, and then there's rich and powerful people involved, things get complicated. You know, they have power. They can slow things down, delay things. Like, it's the world. Like, they're acting like it's literally reality. It's, whether it's the United States or anywhere else in the world, it works in the same way. This just tells you the level at which this stuff is at, right?
And also, really quick, what was being described was assault. Consent by perpetrator, like Victoria said, is ridiculous because it's the same notion that. Norm, please, let me finish a fucking sentence. When you have an analogous situation, for example, you smack a girl's ass, etc. It's someone that insults you all the time. Fucking, you smack a girl's ass, but if you're hot enough, it's fine. They won't do anything about it. They'll probably laugh and giggle, etc., and all that shit. That doesn't, just because they laughed and just because they giggled, etc., doesn't negate the fact that what just happened, the action that was sexual assault, which is slapping that person's ass unconsensually. In the same way that they said, I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And then he adds, and when you're a star, they let you do it. It's not that fucking difficult to understand.
You're making a very, very ignorant analogy that has no application.
Yeah, Norm, I got this, if you'll let me go. As someone who worked in the entertainment business over 40 years now, what Trump described is 100% accurate, and it is 100% not assault. They let you. Period. And to describe it as anything other than consensual is a lie. And when the actresses or people like that come back 10 years later and say, oh, I don't know, I felt creepy and violated, it's because they're trying to save their own reputation. And they're trying
from his own mouth, just kiss, I don't even wait. That's him saying he's not waiting for consent out of his own fucking mouth. Who cares now what he says?
They're trying to save their reputation because everyone knows they were whoring themselves out for a better opportunity. You see it every day, and that whole Me Too.
So teenage girls in a beauty pageant were whoring themselves out?
Yes, they were.
Okay, got it.
Take that to the bank.
This is the level of fucking delusion
that
we're at.
Take that to the bank. And you know who else was whoring them out? Their mothers and fathers.
How about the one that was there to see them get, wait, is it weirder for them to be whored out or for Trump to go there to see them get whored out?
Now that is
so you're telling me that Trump was there to see whored out teenagers?
That is separate from what happened with Epstein.
So wait, I'm asking, was he running shows? Was he running pageant shows for whored out teenagers?
Why are you so
and direct it somewhere else. It has nothing to do with Trump. Thank you.
It's all right.
So I was gonna say,
a little bit later. You can see your buddy Weinstein in a minute.
So real quick, this kind of.
I have nothing to do with
Weinstein. Goes along with what I have always thought.
It was overturned, by the way.
The world will be a lot better when people in Ellen's age group die off finally, like the 65 plus crowd.
Amen.
Like
I think you'll die first,
these
frankly.
outdated views of consent. Like we just need to wait for them to die in 10 years and just call it.
I think you'll be
dying
first.
Let me respond to this, Mother.
Bro, the guy's
I wish upon you that you live to a ripe old age and that you live beyond 65, 70, 75, 80. And that's the difference between you and me.
Great, it's not
I don't wish you ill will.
Well, I don't have anything against you, Alan. I hope you live a long, healthy life.
That's the type of person you are, and that's the type of person I am.
Don't take it personal. Okay, I'm just talking about these old school mentalities where consent is questionable, where there's predatory behavior amongst elderly men. These are old school thought processes.
That's
I don't want to
the
yell over
type
an
of
elderly man.
person
So
you are. I'm sorry that your father didn't love you more and you turned out gay, or that your mother abused you, or maybe your father sold you and that's why you became gay. I really
did you get shot and that's why you defended Venezuela?
For a group of people
So
to
he's
die,
trying to
it just
get a
shows
response
how
because
you're
he got
right.
upset
We
because I called him
did
predatory.
fail because we
You're
should
just
have
mad
worn
at
a
the brain of
condom.
it.
Hold on a
Fucking
second,
inbred
gentlemen.
retard.
Hold on a second. I don't know why we're not attacking the point and we're attacking the person. Can we dial down the temperature a little bit? Thank you.
Sure. I was just gonna say, Alan, if you're mad because I say older school people or older people have more predatory tendencies, that's a personal problem. This is not a personal attack against you. You getting riled up and going down this tangent about me being a fag is so weird because it just shows that it obviously upset you. And that you're, I'm sorry, like I didn't mean to upset you. I'm talking about these mentalities where it's okay for someone to be predatory.
Well, I'd like to answer your question, Pepe. So sometimes I think maybe I'm the most annoying person because so many people, fight back against me. They clip my accounts. I've had, over 30 accounts clipped. You've probably had equal number of accounts clipped, if not even more. I'm gonna submit that Slippers is probably one of the most annoying speakers on this app, but also because he takes that extra step to spend all his time trying to get your accounts clipped. So I would submit him as a top runner, maybe top 5. Let me think of some of the other top 4 for you, because I know you need some content.
He spends all this time to get my accounts clipped.
Well, he has spent an incredible amount of time getting my Instagrams clipped, my Clown House accounts clipped, and if you've ever heard him, go off, he's a pretty insanely toxic person. For example, he was screaming at the top of his lungs that trans shooters are not the problem. It's young white men. Yeah, it's young white men that are the problem. 80% of all shootings. And I said, post the receipt. Let's see the link to see that data. He posted a paywall. We finally get the real numbers. And guess what? It's only 50% of shooters who are white. And there's a lot more data than that they're suicidal, that they have a history of violence, and that their average median age is 34. So, there's just a lot of screamers on this app who want attention. They wear slippers. They think they slide around on the ground like their shit don't stink. But the truth is, they're the most annoying people on this app.
I can agree. I mean, I can think of many people. My name's Monica. There was, I was in a space earlier and some women were joking about it. Like, what is it like having sex with her? Bitcoin. Keep on moving.
That's a little bit, the thing is, they have their little safe space. Let them have their little safe space. You don't have to mock an obese woman who has no sex life, but maybe she had a sex life at one time. But the question is, who is the most annoying? Now, I gotta admit, it could be me. It could be you, but we don't know for sure because it's subjective.
Well, okay, so like the other day, somebody was attacking me. He's like, "Oh, you're using the N word again. It's not cool." What N word? Monica that word is. Monica came into the room. What is the N word? What N word do you use? She's like. That's 500. What is the N word? What is the N word you're talking about? The one with the hard R. The one with the hard R. You have to say it. I don't know what you're saying. What the fuck? You have the replays on. Let me take
I don't know why you're acting like you didn't just drop the hard ER like 50 fucking times and ran. Yo, Yeah, why are you just sitting here criticizing Pepe when I just heard you like talk about Africa?
I'm waiting. Pepe. Shit, do I need to guide you? All right, there you go. Yeah. So this guy was like. Oh, you're saying nigger. You're hanging around the wrong crowd because you're saying nigger. And then Monica came up and she's like, so what if he said nigger?
Monica did that?
Yeah, Monica actually came up and she's like, so what if he said nigger? And yeah, she fended the guy off. She's like, there's nothing wrong with the word nigger.
I guess she is redeemable. Maybe Monica isn't one of the most annoying people on the app. Well, I would say there is a woman named Rena, who I think is super annoying. I think she's nothing but a house plant. She just sits on a stage, and then she will say something bitchy, and then maybe kick you out of a room. That's all she's good for. Absolutely nothing. MG is one of them. MG also house plant. Monica, I was gonna punch down on her today, but maybe not. Adams. The Catholic that says he's not gay, but he's a flaming faggot.
He's a faggot.
Yes, and today he's becoming he's super woke. Justice Word. White males are the most dangerous demographic with guns. They can't have them.
Okay. So what an opportunistic moment. We have this room running, and we literally have the most annoying person on Clubhouse, Willow, right here. Okay.
Well, she gets to say who's the most annoying too. So, but try to wrap it up so we can a bunch of people came on the stage.
Buttercup is the most annoying.
Okay. So it's an extremely disgusting, cringe person, right? Comes on here, whines about her boyfriend beating up on her, and needing a place to stay. And then somebody I know on Clubhouse actually offered her money. She's like, hey, take this.
And then she blocked me 5 minutes later. So she totally was just
yeah, she's like, buy yourself a motel room. I'm sorry your boyfriend's beating up on you, right? And then this girl Willow, what she does, she starts a room about this person the next day, and what a bitch this person is. Well, you didn't start the room. Okay, you didn't start the room.
Guys, this isn't the room that we're going to start drama. Hi, Nikki. Who would you say is the most annoying person on this app?
Well, yes, I absolutely concur about Rena. It's not even that she's the most annoying. She's just useless. There's no purpose to her being on this app because in any room she's in and gets modded, she plays Little Miss Helpless fucking ugly bird, and then you have other people that have to be Captain Save-A-Ho, and yeah. And then there's Buttercup. Buttercup is the new annoying. I just want to break that fucking girl's neck. If any of y'all know Buttercup, oh, good lord.
You just don't understand. We've all been lied to about Zionism. It's the Zionist narrative, which is a lie. You've been fooled, Nikki. We can't live with this. This is terrorism. We're the baddies.
Amazing. Josh, I saw you were about to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say, why don't you like Buttercup? Because she doesn't agree with your Jewish narrative? Your version of your Jewish narrative?
No, because she's not intelligent. She cannot carry on a conversation. She cannot answer a straight question. I could go on.
She seems to know the Torah and Tanakh. She seems to know the Torah and Tanakh much better than everyone in Bibi's room.
It's not about that. She can't stay on fucking point. She can't answer questions. She starts crying about how everybody's ganging up on her. When she's a mod in rooms, I don't know why anybody mods her. She throws everybody down to the audience. She's fucked. She's fucked. She can have her views.
About Palestinians either. She only cares about herself.
She can have her own views. Her views are her views.
Herself in every room.
Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, regardless of what my opinion is, whether we agree or don't agree. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. She's an idiot.
So, Yael.
I am the most annoying on Clubhouse.
Danny, I don't want to say anything. I don't think you're annoying. I just think maybe a little on the spectrum, but that makes you kind of charming in a way, so I don't consider you annoying.
I think Shucky is one of the most annoying people on this app.
Hold on. Sophia's got great content. Willow would be the one to say that. Willow would be the one to say that. Go ahead, Willow.
See, there's
Hold on,
different.
this is my room. Like, holy shit.
There's different
So,
types
Jael,
of
who do you
annoying.
think is the most annoying person in this on Clubhouse?
Like personally or collectively? Because there's certain people whose voice just triggers me. I don't know what it is. Like I have ADHD, and some people's voices just make me want to like fucking blow my brains out.
Put a name on it.
Who's somebody of that? The Ducati, trash bag, your friend, that like dry sarcasm thing makes me want to blow my fucking brains out. I can't handle it. But then I would also say there's a special category for the restricted and the Mikaels who never shut the fuck up and are just like, you're just like, what the fuck is wrong with this person? There's a category for them too.
Oh yeah, he's a very nice guy. He's in the group, but he's very cool. Like when we're not talking about like Israel and Palestine, he's actually kind of cool.
I know, but I'm Jewish, so he can't talk to me about anything other than Israel or that. I don't know. He just looks at us as weird. So there's a category for those as well.
I don't know. I just make shit up, and I don't know. I'm just inconsistent. I can't really engage in any discussion on an intellectual level, so I lose my cool and I start talking shit about everybody. I get it. Got it.
Yeah, but then when you start acting like you take it up the ass, then it's a different level of annoyance.
Okay, hold on. That seems like a projection right there.
Yeah, okay. I understand the Indians and the Zayos, the evil Zayos. They team up against the Muzzies, and you can't. I don't want this to be one of those.
Why bring in the Indians?
That's 500.
Well, I mean, I'm Fijian, but yeah.
Oh, Fijian. Never
I was like, is that why you brought it up? I was like wondering if he's Indian. No, same
Okay,
shit.
well, wrong place.
That's literally same shit.
Well, Mikhail, who do you think is the most annoying person on Clubhouse?
Norm.
Norm. Norm is the most annoying person to debate with. I actually cringe. Not even because I'll necessarily disagree with them, but like you have I have to moderate him, and it's just like I'll try to mute. I'm like Norm. Norm, I'll let you speak after him. Norm, and then he gets on.
I think it's kind of masochistic though to engage with people that you find so irritating. Like at some point you have to look at yourself and be like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Because I have to do this too. Because I was like, why am I talking to these people that I find so unlikable? And then I was like, if there's something wrong with me, it's not them.
No, it's because you find it entertaining.
It's not entertaining.
No, yeah, El, I heard you, like, I think I heard you say you, like, I'm one of those weird people, too, that would, like, watching, like, people popping pimples and shit. And for me, it's like, I have, like, OCD and ADHD. Maybe that has something to do with it. But I like, think it's super cool to watch. And it's like, oh, my God, it looks, I don't know what it is.
Ew.
I know.
Why?
That's what my ex would say. She'd be like, oh my God, that's disgusting. Why would you watch this? And
I would propose one person, John Kitover, because he records and live streams. That I think is the most annoying aspect because he will go into rooms that are not dedicated to replays, and so he is pushing the
Rooms aren't dedicated to replays, Dismal.
his own state.
let her finish. Do you know what Dismal he did say when he came in? He did admit that he was likely going to be one of the people that people would find the most unpopular on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I think he and then I would add, I don't know if he's in here, so I feel like bad saying it, but Dr. Adams.
Oh yeah.
Dr. Adams. Yeah, he screams into the microphone in a way that is so annoying. I can't take it, especially in the morning. Like,
you put it back, big black bone bitch. Fuck you. You know, like it's amazing. He does that. He's a ratchet black woman, and he's like, yet he like mocks black women. And
I actually thought he was a woman when I first met him. I didn't know he was a man.
He's gay. He's gay.
He's dating Sancho.
No, he's actually not gay. Dude, we talked to him. He's been telling us I'm not gay.
Once you take it gas, you've always taken it.
Yeah, but his whole thing now is that like apparently he's not gay. We're like, oh, how cute, Adam. Okay.
Exactly.
But he would like But he's like, no, I'm a Catholic. I'm straight now. It's like, I'm right. Bullshit.
He's an embarrassment.
But we like him for who he
These are
was.
really the only two. I think everyone else I've been able to manage or tolerate. I don't. Yeah. I think everyone else, like, I can actually like see them in other rooms and I can like find like good parts of them, even if I don't like agree with them. I'm still able to like speak good.
Victoria apologized. What about that girl that's always saying, "Yeah, Dad"?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Big one, 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 bitch.
Big lie. Yeah, what is the deal? Why does she
more big lie? Yeah.
Why does she do that? I don't understand.
She's goofy. She's been doing that for 3 years.
I know, and that's why I'm like, dude, I get it. If you
Oh,
did that for
yeah.
a few days. That's why.
Big one, 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 bitch. Free Tory.
Okay, all right, thank you, John.
Welcome to Canada, bitches.
She really is super annoying.
So
She could win a prize.
Monica was somebody I was gonna say, and this is kind of why I made fun of her, is that she's like, guys, let's talk about BLM, and let's talk about blacks, and how these niggers, blacks, they commit crimes, and they feel like it's because they're owed reparations, but they're not really owed reparations. These baboons, people, they just don't know how to behave. They weren't raised right. Like, she's like the most, like, she like blurs the line so much between like a fucking white supremacist and somebody who just brings up these stupid like PragerU and Jordan B. Peterson videos. And it to me, I always thought it was like super funny. It's like, dude, just come around the fence with it, bitch. Just like say it how you mean it.
Let's admit that the reason why it's so annoying is because it's such a waste of your time to even listen to it. It makes it extra annoying.
You're a waste of time. You come up on every stage pretty much, start fucking yapping in the
You're projecting!
Right.
You're projecting!
The most nail-cringing sound you could ever possibly conceive of. This guy will start blurting if you're in a room and just like out loud.
But he doesn't
drop him to the stage. Like, good luck. If he's not, isn't paying attention, good luck. You're done. The room is done.
Mikhail, he did admit to this, and he's somebody that I would have to drop. I don't think I've ever had a stage where I didn't drop him at least
why
once.
is a 50-year-old man continuously doing this childish, like, behavior?
You sound like you have a horn on your nose, sir. Go get a rhinoplasty so you can sound normal, Mikhail.
I can't respond to the point.
I have to say, I've seen pictures of Mikhail, and my nose is probably a little bit, John Kitover, and I'm not even a Jew, and so.
I'm probably better looking.
Yeah, but I think Mikhail has a smaller nose than both of us. Just saying.
It's not about the size of the nose, it's about the brain. How intelligent are you?
Amazing.
Anytime, any day, bro. I've said this to you many times.
Mikhail, you're in so many of my YouTube videos debating Norm non-stop. You're stupid. You're a waste of time. You're just as bad as Norm.
Okay. Yeah, nope. You sand roosters are not going to destroy my fucking room over your tribal Middle Eastern bullshit.
You're giving him a compliment.
Nobody's got to destroy your room. You're going to get clipped in 5 minutes. You have to spend 20 minutes creating a new account.
It does not matter what these people are. This is America. It's not our problem. In fact,
I get it. It's not about that. I'm saying in general, in any discussion, if you think like, here's Pepe, there's some mods here. I'm sure they don't really. They're not on my side. And I'm pretty sure they can run an objective room. But this guy won't do it. He doesn't get.
No, Mikhail, I'll be honest with you. So if I had to choose between Willow and Mikhail on who to commit jihad on, I would commit jihad on Willow. I wouldn't commit jihad on Mikhail if I had to choose between the two. Okay, that's how it is. Bro, you would be, look, honestly, like, fuck you, motherfucker. Fuck your country. I hope George Bush drops more bombs over your head. George Bush is not even.
America's my country.
And just because you have a personal grudge against me doesn't mean that I'm the most annoying.
That was also just a for like the idea of just like, oh, I'm gonna drop bombs in your head. That's kind of bullshit.
Yeah, quite frankly, I don't want to turn this into it. You know what? There's every given day there are whining Jews and crying Muslims that are.
Do you what is the most annoying? Are you like is this your
This is me trying to be annoying. Yes.
You're campaigning to be the most annoying. Great.
Sure. And so, that is what we hear all day.
So sad that you aren't in the whole like poll that you put on. Is that what is happening here?
Wait, is there a poll? I didn't do a poll.
The reason you're
There's a poll. There's a
shit.
poll.
The reason you're always listening to shit is because your whole white America got hijacked by a bunch of Jews. That's what it is. And they still continue to, anytime you try to have a conversation, they're going to hop up on stage. And they're going to like lark, and they're going to pretend like they got all these white badges. But in reality, like once that room's over, they'll go, we're Jews, we're Zionists, fuck these guys, death to Edoms, death to the West, death to whites.
All right,
Well,
Mikhail.
I'd say like one of the, what the two groups that were the first two I encountered on Clubhouse were like right-wing like Clubhouse, which was kind of going through they were fighting a lot at that point, and then it was the Jews, which were also like split in half because they hated each other. And then so like that was kind of like where a lot of them were from.
I want to point out that I'm leading in the poll for being the most annoying person, and
I'm not pointing, you big stupid dummies. Even though I'm on TV and I'm a model, I'm famous, you stupid dummies. And the fact that all these people in all these rooms think that a white guy who's actually a faggot pretending to be a black woman is me, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's as ridiculous as Dr. Articulate.
Dr. Articulate. Point. So, you know what? Dr. Articulate and maybe Concrete are the two most annoying black men on this app. I can just say that. Dr. Articulate. No, he is a shit stirrer. That's all he is.
You're talking about Point, right?
No, I'm talking about Dr. Articulate.
No, you big stupid dummy. We're talking about Dr. Articulate, not Point. You big stupid dummy.
Okay. Mojo.
Responsible. Dr. Responsible.
So Dr. Articulate is somebody who will go up on your stage and he gets kicked. It doesn't matter if it's pro-black, left-wing, right-wing. Doesn't matter. He likes to go up, be a protagonist, or often an antagonist, and he basically he'll center himself. He just nonstop. He's a super annoying fucking troll, and he's not even entertaining. And he just insults whoever's like in that room. I think the whole app thinks he's annoying. I can't stand it. And Concrete, like a fucking baboon. He's always like, you can hear his high cholesterol in his voice. He's like, he just sounds disgusting.
Mojo, do your Concrete impression.
Well, I'm going to think about one word, and then I'm going to think about the next word and string them together very slowly.
You guys are stupid. You guys are dummies.
Now hold up, Lion. Hold up.
Concrete's just goddamn, he's annoying. Fucking.
He's a block of concrete. The name actually implies who and what he is. He's as dumb as a block of concrete.
No, how about Jonathan Bing?
All right, everybody, welcome. This is the Jonathan Bing Show. We are live with Nothing to Pega. We are on Chatter Live. This is the Nothing to Pega and the Jonathan Bing Show.
That's where we can really start getting into it. Because I don't go into those spaces anymore.
Niggas need to be watching Yankees versus Astros, nigga.
Who the fuck are you?
Okay.
Like, Jesus Christ, why is this fucking Curry shitting Jeep coming on this stage and just like, nigga. Dude, seriously? Your people are still dying of cholera. Your people are still, like, do we have to look at Indian street food? And you guys are some of the most perverted, just like dysgenic looking fucking people with the most fucked up accents. And you're just, I just want to puke looking at you people. So like, dude.
We also have my friend here. Oh, did he leave?
Hold on. I don't know. Jesus Christ, it's not your room.
Right.
I know it's not my room.
John,
But I'm
I'm
one of the,
trying not to kick you off the stage.
Acting like you're running the
I'm one of the most annoying people. I'm in the survey.
Your voice is very annoying.
Okay, hold on a second. Hand raising. Okay, everybody can raise their hand. So now I can kick people off stages because it's getting really fucking annoying. Holy goddamn shit. But I mean, if we look at like the dark side of the app, I would say there's like people. Mon's in here. She probably doesn't want me to say the names, but there's people that, you know, I would say are super annoying. Some of them may live in Cleveland and be living under Section 8.
No.
Okay.
Automatically, any BHI is annoying and cringe as fuck. Oh, that's an automatic.
Who lives in Cleveland? Who lives in Cleveland?
Nobody.
Jazzy is annoying as fuck.
She's very
Jazzy, okay.
Jazzy's. I mean, I have pictures of her that have been forwarded to me. I have lots of laughs to be had. She's a chocolate one. Overstuffed one.
Yo, the guys that Jazzy used to hook up with on Facebook were fat as fuck. Like, she showed
Who else would fuck that bitch?
Not too much on Jazzy now.
Guys, take it slow. Yeah, I just got done watching my PragerU video. I'm so turned on. Yeah.
Somebody kick Pepe.
Dig into. Okay. All right. I was trying. Amazing.
I mean, how long can you hear to that pitch before you just lose your mind?
Right? I was watching a PragerU video. I said, yeah, that's right, Brad. Keep on drilling me. Yeah, drill me like that nigger boy. I like that. Yeah.
Maybe that's Mon.
Why don't you try to move it around a little bit more? Yeah.
Huh?
I mean, it's probably Monica having sex. Like, I figured that's what she's talking about. Monica.
So Jazzy is definitely more annoying than Willow, but Willow is way more disgusting than Jazzy. That's, I think we need a whole new category for disgusting.
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of it. There's MG. Let's look at MG. I mean, let's look at this whore. I mean, she's also a houseplant, kind of like Rena. She says nothing of substance, but I have the clip. She likes to call black women darky slaves. Darky slave.
Yeah, but how is it Ethiopian?
But hold on. She's not European. She's like Ethiopian. And she's like, oh my God, we're the prettiest. No, you're not. You guys are still 5-headed, disgusting-looking creatures. I'm just being honest with you guys. Like, diseased people. Like, I mean, fuck. I've never seen a buff like Somal or Ethiopian, and I've never seen like an Ethiopian with a shapely body. They just look gross.
What? You haven't seen a lot of Ethiopians, huh?
I have, unfortunately. I mean, sure, in America they might get fat. Not like they don't fill out like
you
West
barely met in America. But no, Ethiopians are pretty diverse. They're pretty big, man. They can be pretty tall.
Let's talk about being tall.
The forehead. They're not saying there's in the 5-head.
So, yeah, I don't know, but like all she does is just like cheerlead from the sidelines, and she has like 6, 7, 8, fucking filters on her pictures, and to make herself look. What's really weird is she tries to make herself look way whiter than she actually is. I know what she looks like.
Yeah, there's no diversity.
And there's people that like, there's people.
Episode where he got shot and was brought to the hospital. I can't remember the actor's name, but no, Kevin Spacey was not.
People, and I was like, I haven't seen Wata in a while.
Well, here I am, brother.
Well, there he is in the flesh.
Live and direct.
Live on a phone.
Indeed.
Alright, hey, Jay and Mojo, you got 5 seconds to get up here. You got 5 seconds to get up here. I'm gonna kick you.
Fucking rain delay.
Okay, Jay. Oh yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
You got 5 seconds to unmute your mic and say why the fuck you wanted me to kick you. You gonna kick me out of your motherfucking room, Tony.
Sure, bitch ass nigga. Now you wanna talk, pussy? You was down there for 5 minutes doing what?
I'm down there for 5 seconds, Tony. 5 motherfucking seconds.
You were down there playing with that click. Fuck your bitch ass nigga. You's a hoe.
Sheesh. Shit, I didn't know.
The usual.
Where did everybody go?
Tony packing people.
Yeah, the usual.
The usual.
Planning them to go pack and sending them off. Well, I booked the commercial, so he wanted me to stay. I booked the commercial, and now. Yeah.
Hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah, one of my good friends that I grew up with lived in Athens. He's a musician, and
It's a college town.
he lived in the house that the B-52s lived in.
Oh, that's cool.
They have they put a sidewalk in. They all put their handprints in the sidewalk, and he lived in their house. And he's a
If God made me Indian, I'll fucking kill myself.
I get reparations. You don't get
That
reparations.
is from what? From who?
I get reparations. You don't get any
From the U.S. government?
That's right.
Okay, name it.
It's coming up. You did.
Well, I thought you said you. I thought you. Wait. You just said you got reparations.
I'm getting reparations.
Okay, so that's that Indian IQ on standby. There we go. I can tell, bro. Shut the fuck up, bro.
What are you getting
reparations?
reparations?
There's no way. Yo, Alibaba, shut the fuck up. I'm talking
Are you an African or are you foundational black?
Foundational Black American bitch. You know what time it is. Yeah, you know what fuck time it is.
It doesn't sound.
Yeah, okay, cool. It's never happened. I don't give a fuck. I make something for myself, bitch. Like what? Yeah, the fuck. So now that you.
If you want to. Well, I'm just saying, according to every major medical association.
You're using this as justification of voting for Donald Trump because you hate immigrants, because you hated immigrants, and he got rid of the immigrants, but he didn't get rid of his wife's family. What the fuck? Like this all this contradictions. I understand.
Saying, King, I get it. But what I'm saying is, they are not coming here and trying to make me speak their language. They're not doing like that. I worked in the polling booth. I don't see white folks whose parents came from Germany or Europe coming in my polling booth and demanding that we
Because you probably live in segregated areas.
because that literally happened to me. This woman called the news on my voting precinct and said, because we didn't have Spanish voting stickers that said Yo Vote in DeKalb County, Georgia, a predominantly black American English-speaking county. And this Spanish lady called the news up there because we didn't have Spanish voting stickers. I got asked the other day by a Muslim from Africa, why am I still a Christian? And I know that white people beat this religion into us. The other day, a Muslim immigrant, African immigrant, I'm like, bro, I'm Christian. I understand how this thing went down. You know, as a matter of fact, it's nothing for me to talk to you about. Why are you a Muslim? That's Abrahamic as well. And so this is what we're dealing with. I'm not going to keep allowing folks from other countries to come in here and talk shit about my heritage fucked up as the history is, we Black American, King, and I have to be that first because I don't want to leave this motherfucker. I do like it, even with all the books. Man, and I do want my kids to thrive so they have a life experience and not have to learn another language to be successful. I land. Thank you.
So you hear me, King? That's not real. That is a real Democrat. That is exactly. Sorry, I don't mean to talk over.
Sorry. Hold on, Sean. I think King wanted to respond first, and then Sean, you got it, and then Project. Okay, King.
Once they're done trampling with the Constitution, this won't even be the America that you've experienced in your lifetime. Okay? So we have to understand what America is and what it would be without the goddamn Constitution and the Bill of Rights and checks and balances and all of those safety measures that protected us from dictators and fucking tyrants. Presidents don't rule by edict. Hey, if you want to fundamentally change this country into a monarchy, because you don't like people who want shit in their language, who are multilingual, God bless them. I'm very envious. I wish I spoke more than one language. It would just increase my value, period, as a worker, as an entrepreneur, all of those things, because guess what? This is a global economy, and it will always be. But if you guys want to drown yourselves because somebody else is speaking Spanish or needs interpreters, and want to, be ruled under one man by a pen, by edict, then hey, it's right now you have the right. Right now you do. But if once they fucking shoot enough holes in the Constitution, you will feel it and you will not.
King, are you seriously suggesting that the Constitution is being adhered to? It's trampled. It barely exists.
John, let her land, John. King, did you land?
Yeah, I'll just mention that, again, people need to pay attention. The federal courts have said explicitly that the things that he's doing is unconstitutional. And I'll just leave it at that.
I know. BT, hold on, we got a queue. So it goes Sean, Project, and BT. But I think John wants to get in there. So hold on, we're gonna go Sean first and then Project. Go ahead, Sean.
So I'm gonna keep mine quick. So the example I was trying to make earlier is that you heard what BT said, right? He's a Democratic voter, and he said, and he's voting for what the better choice is. And I'm not saying the better choice is best, maybe not good at all, but it's choosing one over the other. Surprisingly enough, you might not know, but I was a straight ticket Democratic voter since '96 when I was able to vote for Bill Clinton when I was 18 years old. And I voted straight ticket Democrat, vote all the way up to Trump's first election, second and third. The reason for that? Because I was tired of the Democratic Party promising things, and instead they put the money in their own pocketbooks, and that's what they were doing. They were not being transparent. They would say things that sounded great. I loved everything the Democratic Party has to say and stand for. And if they stand for what they say, I'll go back to Democrat all day long. But so I just trying to explain, we need to find middle ground as Americans, because what I was frustrated with was just hearing such an extreme side. And you know what? You have the extreme MAGA, you have the extreme left MAGAs. I mean, whatever you want to call that, leftists, liberals, whatever you want to call that. There's the extremes on both sides, and we need to find our middle ground again. And I really appreciated what BT said, because I literally agree with everything BT was saying. And he's a Democrat. And currently I'm registered. I changed my registration to Republican, 9 years ago now. So, I just wanted to share that. That was kind of the point I was trying to make earlier. I apologize for raising my voice and didn't mean any offense. I just trying to make a point that I just wish people could. This is why we have conversations here, and I appreciate the stage, and thank you, everyone. I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Hey, Sean, real quick, bro. Question. I hear what you said about Democrats having their own self-interest, and now you've, reformed and changed your registration to Republican. Listen, as you know, I've been a registered Republican since I started to vote, since, first time I voted in 19, whatever, 84, I've been registered. Now, I'm not loyal to any party. I vote my conscience. I voted for Democrats. I voted for Republicans. I voted for independents. I never voted party line. Anywho, my point is, really more of a question. So, our current president, as you know, I'm not a fan of his. He utilizes, in my humble opinion, just based on the facts and the evidence and the history, he uses the office of the presidency of the United States to perpetuate his own selfish, his own self-business interests. He goes on foreign trips representing the country and goes to his golf resorts, to his places of business. That is such a violation of the Constitution, of the Emoluments Clause, that it's really quite sad that more people don't raise that as an issue. If you're the president, you're elected, fine. How are you going to be the president of the United States and hawking tchotchkes? He's selling watches. He's selling all kinds of paraphernalia. While he's the president, he's promoting his business interests. That is really a sad state of affairs for me. And I don't see how you can say that it's okay for the president to run the country and to promote his own business interests while in office. I mean, up to now, that people separate their personal business from the presidency, and it seems as though all those norms are gone out of the window.
Okay. Well, let me push back real quick, and I promise I'll keep it less than 30 seconds. I think the same thing could be said about lots of other presidents, including the most recent past president, Joe Biden. How many days was he spending on vacation and not in the White House? That would be one example. Another example would be, how about Nancy Pelosi and the advantage she has on the stock market, doing better than some of the best out there because of insider trading. Yet, you have other people who insider traded for change. Martha Stewart, great example, right? And she spent some bit of time.
We totally agree that Congress should be trading stocks. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, totally.
So, you get the argument from me, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I agree with you. No, I definitely see. Now, I was way more left I definitely was much more of a straight ticket Democratic voter. And of course, I will share that real quick, because my mom was a retired school teacher in the elementary school for 37 years, and my dad worked for mental health for Santa Barbara County. And both of my parents obviously leaned more towards Democratic values, because that typically the party stands for that. So I definitely was a product of my parents, and definitely until I got older, owned my own business, started to see look at things a little deeper and read a little more into things. But I think it's difficult to get true information. I think that's the call to action that all of us should be demanding, is truthful before you publish it. Really have truthful stuff before you put it out there, because people read the first news, not the second news that comes back later saying, oh, we were wrong. Everyone remembers the first news that comes on. We make our judgments before we do our research on things, and I just would like all of us to do better at that. I mean, including myself. But yeah, I gotta go, but I hope you have a good evening. It's so good to see you, Haroon. I've been missing you, and look forward to hearing about your trip. I'll talk to you later. Talk to everyone later. Love you all. Thank you.
John. Before you go, where are you on stage? I hear your voice. I don't see you. Which one are you?
Right next to you on stage.
What? I think
I am. Oh no, I'm diagonal. Yeah.
He's right beside you, to your right.
Yeah.
Which one? I don't see.
I look like something. Yeah, it looks like something from a color commercial from the 90s.
Look to your right. Literally, take your picture and look beside you.
I don't think you're here. I don't see you. But anyway, I agree with that. It was so refreshing to hear you and BT speak, because it's so refreshing to hear this. I mean, you when BT talks about, imagine the hubris, right? Me being in Mexico and demanding a sticker to vote in the Mexican election that says I voted. I mean, it's unheard of. Nobody does this for the United States. And King, I mean, I love you. I think you're a terrific lady. But for you to suggest that we don't have a right to secure our borders, I mean, who the hell, what country believes that? Well, of course we have a right. We have an absolute right. In fact, we have an obligation to do it, right? We need to know who's coming in here. It's just absurd for anyone to suggest at any level that we should just allow people just to walk across our borders. We just can't do it. And this president is putting an end to it. Not only that, the people that shouldn't be here, he can't get rid of all of them, but he's getting rid of as many as he can. And you know something? People who did it the right way, they applaud this action. They love to see it because they fled tyranny. They fled despotism to come to this great country. And they don't want that nonsense to follow them. So they agree with us.
That's true. They agreed with you until they started snatching their kids out from school.
True.
So we're not simple thinkers. And I never said anything about open borders. I never said that.
You alluded to it.
No, I'm saying that hate. What I know is that hate is a powerful motivator. Hate for other people.
What you said, with all due respect, King, what you said was there are people who are in this country who are illegal and they have children and you went on and on and on talking about how we should accept that. That's alluding to
I never said that. I'm sorry.
You said almost exactly that.
Well, let me interrupt. I'd like to get put in the queue, moderators.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, this is something I saw on X. It says, a country run by banks will always be in debt. Healthcare run by big pharma will never cure disease. A state run by war will never know peace. A nation run by media will never know the truth.
Well, that last part is so true. A nation run by media will never know the truth. Who was that? MJ? Go ahead, MJ.
1 second. But yeah, listen, the immigration thing, this country's not going to survive without immigrants. At all. It's going to go down the fucking tubes. Economically, never going to happen. And people who study economics know this. So the thing is, people want to find a real solution, a real process that actually works. You can't control, the United States cannot control its borders. If the United States can control the borders, we wouldn't have a drug problem, right? But we have a failing drug war that's been failing for the past 70, almost 100 years, man. Let's keep it real. So, in this situation, you have no control over the territory that you call a border. You're going to have a process by which people who get over, right, are going to, find a way to integrate into society because you're not going to be able to deport them all. You have to have a level of common sense when making these decisions and making these policies. And this is why they win you over on silly policy that they'll never be able to implement. They'll never be able to deport all of these illegals. They'll never do it. 4 years, 8 years, 12 years. It'll never fucking happen. I guarantee it. So, do you really want a solution to the process problem? Or do you want to let them leverage this issue for rhetoric forever, never solve it, and we just ping pong between people selling this dreams? That's the real question.
As a dear friend of mine used to say years ago, there's a bunch of dream sellers, as you put it. They're selling the dream of eliminating illegal, unauthorized entry and illegal immigration. Listen, any sane person would say, of course, the borders need to be secure. Of course, we need to interdict drugs and stop drugs, from porous borders. That goes without saying, and we'll say it. just to be clear. And at the same time, there is a process for legal immigration, and it needs to be revised. And we do have laws that say people have a right to present themselves at the border and to seek asylum. And then there's a process to make a determination whether or not their claim is valid or invalid. But to shut down the whole process, I think, it doesn't serve, in my humble view, the best interest of this country.
It's not a solution.
Because we are a nation of immigrants.
It's a non-solution. So if somebody's presenting you a non-solution and you're going for it because it makes you feel good, it's very different than somebody actually solving for the problem of undocumented people in the country.
But politicians don't want to solve it. That's kind of the point. Either I'm mishearing, that's what I'm hearing you say. You may not be saying that. I may be misinterpreting. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So they don't want to solve the problem because just like pharmaceutical companies, they don't want to solve disease.
They don't want to solve addiction. They don't want to solve that problem
because the profit is in the comeback, as they say. You come back for more. If you solve it, then that's the end of it. Now you
How
go
many
on
people
and
lose a budget allocation if addiction goes away tomorrow? Let's talk Turkey. How many people lose millions if addiction gets solved for? That's a problem. That's a fucking problem. Because it's addiction addiction, mental illness, all these problems. These are the problems that are making Americans unproductive. It's the reason why an immigrant can come here and run laps because they don't have that particular problem in their country. But people don't want to address the cancers of America. They just want to slap pretty band-aids on it and get elected. Shit is crazy, bro.
It's professional can kicking. The country is literally completely broke at $37 trillion, but we're not insolvent because of the Federal Reserve. We're the world currency, but it's immoral what we're doing. It's unethical. It's not a fair bargain for the citizens. And it's your Congress people, it's your congressperson and your senator, which continually passes acts in the $1 to $2 trillion range, creates pandemics, scandemics, and lies to you through their fucking teeth and screams about it. Senator Warren, Senator Sanders, Warnock, they're all fucking degenerate, scum-sucking pieces of shit, and they keep getting elected, and it's unfucking believable. It's we the people that are the stupid people in this game. It's all these winners in Congress and the Senate that have $30 million in their campaign checking accounts that are literally beating you over the head with spam, propaganda, and lies.
Thank you, John. Devil Agent, I saw you coming off the mic. Were you trying to say something? All right, guys. Well, I said I was going to shut it down in 30 minutes. We're nearing that time. So in about 4 minutes, I'm going to shut it down. If there are no... Okay, go ahead, Double Agent.
I was away for a bit and I had bad signal. I missed a lot. I wanted to respond to a previous speaker. When I hear people talk about, it can't be, immigration system just can't be fixed, so we have to just capitulate to people who criminally entered the country or overstayed their visas or what have you. Or I hear a very similar argument made recently with the deployment of armed federal troops to extremely high crime areas of the United States. Actually, there's nothing you can do to stop crime. And then there's this weird And then as we see them fixing, we're actually crying that they're being fixed because we convinced ourselves these problems couldn't be fixed, or we don't like the way he's fixing it. But in a century, we haven't offered any viable solution to actually fixing them ourselves or through the politicians we've been voting for. So I don't know. People need to figure this shit out, but I've traveled all around the world. I've been to places that are much worse than the United States, and I've been to places that are much better than the United States. And I can tell you, it is possible for the United States to be a much better place as far as crime, as far as health, and as far as someone mentioned, productivity. All of these things are possible, but the same playbook we've been doing the last century isn't going to get us there. Thank you very much.
What countries were better than the United States this year?
You're asking me what's better than the United States?
Which countries?
Recently I was in Japan, Switzerland, all of the Nordic countries, Canada in certain respects.
What are those countries doing differently than the United States? Japan and the Nordic states in particular.
Ask me on which dimension, and then I could go into it. But there's a lot of things.
Wow, which dimension?
Well, then also
okay, what did you notice that was better? Let's start there. What did you notice that was just so much better than the United States?
Well, for instance, when I was in Japan recently, not only are things incredibly clean everywhere, but I saw, I'm not exaggerating, every single 5-year-old on the weekday was taking the Tokyo subway system alone by themselves, unaccompanied by a parent, across the city of 20 million people, knowing how to use the metro system, knowing how to get around, and there was no one at all concerned that these kids would be abducted, that there would be bad influences on these kids, that they would be harmed in any possible way, either physically or psychically, doing this every single day of their life. And that is not possible in any dense metropolitan area in the United States.
Did you see military on the streets? Is that why they were so safe?
I can tell you, if they had 1/10 or even 1/50th the level of crime that we have in the United States, they would have troops all over the place.
No. Don't assume.
In order to establish safety, and then you can pull back the troops once safety is guaranteed.
In the countries that you saw this safety, were there troops on the streets?
As I told you,
and are all the citizens armed?
Safety had already been established, so they no longer needed the troops. If you live in a war-torn, high crime area, you have to first send in armed troops, like they did in El Salvador. They took out $100 billion loan. Let me land my plane. They took out
El Salvador. Let's stay in the Nordic countries in Japan.
Excuse me. I'm telling you how you go from high crime to low crime. El Salvador was one of the highest crime areas in the world a few years ago. Bukele borrowed something on the order of $100 million just for arms, and then he declared a martial law. He gave all the troops automatic weapons, and they swept the country. They already had identified who all the criminals were, and they simply removed them from society.
To break your handle on the cleaning function of your oven, so that you can put it in cleaning mode.
El Salvador. Yes. They're on vacation.
You missed the part about him bribing.
You will not be harmed.
You missed the part about him bribing the gangsters to stop.
You could not do that 5 years ago, man.
You missed the part about
the population is the
it's like containment of terrorism prison. It's a gulag that they put all the prisoners in. That is how they established order and safety, so they can have a prosperous, wealthy country someday in El Salvador. But you have to start by removing terrorist criminals from
Bill of
your
Rights.
head.
Yeah, you have to start by removing Bill of Rights. We get it.
You can call it whatever you want. Still have due process in the United States.
We'll see.
We have more than that. We have the 10th Amendment. We have posse comitatus.
The Bill
We have
of
a lot.
Rights, yes. But, people wanted to, I think, I don't know if it was you. Yes, I think it was you, in the previous room. I was amazed to hear the 10th Amendment brought up because, again, this is something brought up usually by very far-right people to want, who want things like ending gay marriage locally. They want to have as much abortion as they want. They want as many guns as they want. They want basically zero federal government oversight. But when we pick and choose, when it's like, no, we're pro-crime and we want
the 10th Amendment is not about government oversight.
We want criminals all throughout our cities murdering our sons and daughters, our cousins.
The president cannot force
our children.
Unless there's an emergency.
We have to have one mic first. We have to have one mic.
It's a very strange argument, but I mean, you can say that it's an overreach to send in the troops, and I would have tended to agree, but at the same breath, I would have said at a local level we have to end the crime. But if the crime just persists and persists across different administrations for decades, I think it is time that something be done. Thank you.
What's going to be done the next time there's a mass shooting in Texas?
Hold on a second. No, I'm getting ready to leave. I know you said you were going to close the room in 4 minutes ago. So if you're going to do it, I don't know how long you're going to hang out, but I just wanted to give you a heads up that hang out as long as you can because I think the conversation is fascinating to me. But I gotta go. So have fun and keep it as long as you keep it. And everybody, be respectful. And we'll see you the next time. I'm out. Blessings.
Thank you. I'm just giving everybody who's on the stage a chance to deliver their final remarks, and then I'm gonna start shutting it down. But thank you. I think I mispronounced it earlier.
It's
so
okay. My friends call me H. It's Haroon.
Haroon. Okay. Right on, H. Right on. Well, have a great rest of your night.
All right. Thanks. Peace, fellas, guys, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I think was that King who was speaking?
Yeah, I was just asking Double. Why don't we start with Texas and trying to disarm folks so that they don't walk into school and blow y'all's kids away. So I think that we're blind to some types of crime and we tolerate it. But for others who we see as less than us, take away our Bill of Rights. Don't fucking tread on us either,
King, if I would be happy to support putting armed federal troops in all of the schools in Texas, in exchange for, dramatically reducing the crime all throughout the city. I want what I saw in Japan, and I'd be happy to, honestly, I would definitely feel better sending my kid, especially to a public school in America, although these shootings are happening, and there's crazy white people usually, insane white men.
And the Japanese are armed, Double. They're not an armed society like we are.
Look, I'm not a 2A person, to be honest, but the 2A is just like the 10th Amendment is there. The Second Amendment is already there. Like that's a tough battle to fight. But I think even without changing the Constitution, it's possible to make it a safe country, or at least a significantly safer country. And we have to monitor these lunatic shooters of all varieties, no matter what part of the country they come from or what motivates them. We need to monitor them. We need to make any targets they would have hardened targets.
When Sandy Hook happened, do you think that Obama should have sent the guard, regardless to whether or not the governor wanted him to or not, to protect the kids?
In retrospect, I would not have questioned the president on that. Who knows what I would have said at the time if I heard some propaganda on TV and, he's violating the whatever clause. But I think it seems like the Supreme Court these days is backing the president's basically. And if I can go back in time, I would tell Barack Obama, like, hey, why don't we put some troops in every school in America?
Yeah, I find that ironic because it seems to me that Donald Trump has done everything that the Tea Party was afraid that Obama would do, and they love it. So, we know what would happen. Hindsight that we don't have, but we didn't have evidence that Obama had it out to run over constitutional rights, and people were still in the streets with their guns talking about "don't tread on me." Now this motherfucker comes in the office and it's like, oh, well, here's our constitution. Whatever we need to do to be safe, like, and whatever we need to do except for disarm, that is. But here, take our constitutional rights, but we're going to keep our arms.
I mean, to the point of the room earlier, I guess, today, there was some movement towards, now, I think it was a troll, but I think in this case, part of the troll is you don't know which way to go with this. It causes cognitive dissonance, but it's the argument.
Did you record all those pizza rooms and put it on YouTube or other platforms? Oh my God, you could have had a huge YouTube business after all those pizza rooms.
Is he in the Matrix or is it just me? He's in the Matrix. Okay, yeah, Double Agent, you're in the Matrix. Well, anyway, I guess on that note, we'll just start shutting it down. I was supposed to shut it down like 10 minutes ago. Sorry, Agent, you were in the Matrix. Are you back? Because I'll, you can land if you want. But if not, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, it's been a blast.
Some of the white shooters in red states by going along with this thing, but by resisting it, that's falling in the trap of like, okay, well, now you're defending gun rights. I guess we'll never change the gun rights then.
Right on, Double. You were a little bit in the Matrix, but I think we got the gist of it. Hopefully. Community conversations and collaboration. This is JB's new house. So if you have a pink ticket, cash in the pink ticket. And he usually opens up rooms every day, morning and then evening, sort of evening, late night, depending on where you are. So I'm about to shut it down. Thank you for joining us today. And we will see y'all tomorrow.
No, you could relaunch it, and try to reconnect with the primaries and regrow it in a week's possibly. But that's the problem with people coming here to just have these dopamine conversations. Today, like revelations, totally wasting my time even listening to these people. I have to read a book. So I read a book and then I felt much better. I was like, it's really what you're choosing to do, whether it's productive or unproductive. You, Joe, I don't know if you know this, but you used to have a website called pizzabiz.com, and I sold it. How to start a pizza business, how to start a pizza restaurant business, and I sold that for like 8+ years, and how we made over 2,000 selling pizza business. Yeah, it's fun. I had car wash business, pizza business, candy salon business, hookah business. That was probably my biggest sellers. I had hookahbusiness.com where I sold thousands of hookah businessmen all around the world. People that wanted to start hookah lounges. It was really rudimentary. It was a PDF, and I basically bought business plan books, and I just typed up this giant PDF. I don't know, 30, 40. I just kept adding things to it over the years, and basically it was the same business plan, technically the same product over and over. Yeah, I would be willing to bet that even though people wasted $24.95 on the business plan, it was the first step in them putting it in their brain and beginning to execute on a desire to open it. Hush puppies.
Will black women have an attitude or a problem?
Bidables from other companies
that have happened over the course as they have increased these vaccines. And how about the autoimmune disorders. I mean, there's so many things, actually, that you don't really pay attention to until you become more aware. You're woken up. You're awakened to these issues. I mean, my oldest daughter, she ended up with an overactive immune system that if she had been given the wrong medication, that she could have died. So, I mean, this is kind of crazy stuff. This goes back 30 years for her. So we're talking at least 40 years ago that these things started happening. And if we would have been observing, we would have paid attention. But everyone trusted these vaccines to their own children.
I think a black woman's superpower is her tenacity.
Okay, so like just a Christian prayer, right? I don't pray like Muslim or anything. I just pray Christian, and I have set times that I pray. She's so angry.
I'm about to look that up right now. Say it one more time.
All right, well, let me know before you get done with that. I ain't gonna cut line, but after that, I got something to review this language shit right quick.
All right.
Fuck it.
Yeah, I was typing in my shit first.
Damn. You need a finger.
No,
she has no
remember what she
patience for
said.
ignorance.
She said, ask it with, why did something reemerge after 2000? What did she say? Why did
I'm tired of these niggas sucking your dick, Brooklyn. This shit disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
This is a game I'm playing.
Did you just imply
why did
running for Congress?
You what? You talking about me telling Brooklyn you sucking her dick?
I'm asking you again. Did you just imply I had a dick in my mouth?
I mean, that's probably why you stuttered.
I'm asking you again, nigga.
Yeah, you got Brooklyn dick in your mouth.
Get him out of here.
Nigga, now my dick in your mouth, nigga. Now my dick in your grandmother.
We ain't playing with niggas, bro. We ain't playing with niggas.
Running for Congress at 16K interview.
I think that's what you wanted me to ask, so I'm asking. Why did he group, or when did he group? Oh, yeah, why did he group?
How are you doing today, Jeff?
George, I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing real good too. I see you got the whole campaign, the headquarters going there.
Oh, now we have, actually, John, what's existence?
Well, God is the Word, and many people confuse the Word with something physical or objective when it's really subjective. And if you can't accept it, they kicked. Why did she kick?
Give me the lyrics.
Hey, Aaron, how you doing?
Welcome.
I've been reading that little blue book in my PTR. I read it for about an hour and 30 minutes. I was listening to people on Clubhouse this morning, and I said, I had like a revelation. I was like, I can't believe I'm wasting my time listening to these people.
Yeah, when you could be reading something that can change your life.
Exactly. You know, you have to force it. You cannot just be passive. You have to be active in terms of communication.
Well, life is complicated. You know, how much of my own behavior am I actually in control of? You know, I say things and then I don't always do. You know, the whole situation is real tricky to me anyway.
Yeah. It's amazing when you read this Marcus Aurelius. It's so smart. And
yeah, that's good stuff.
Long time ago, too. I mean, the guy,
Yeah,
you know,
it reads like it's today.
yeah.
And every time I read it, I'm always, this is the thing about the brain is if you've read a book multiple times, you realize that you can't really get a comprehension of the material really almost ever because your memory is very limited in its capability for not just recall,
You
but
can't read, no, but you can change the behavior patterns in your own brain, the way it deals with information. Yeah, there are limits, but the ways you categorize what information you have, all of that is available to be changed. And again, that's the whole thing I'm doing with language. Literally, the way we talk about all this shit shapes the way it happens.
well, I booked my hotel and tomorrow I'm driving down to this interview and then I'm going to stick around town and try to get signatures.
So what time is the interview?
It's at 3:00.
In the afternoon?
Yeah.
On what day?
Friday.
Friday. And you're going down when?
Tomorrow about 11:30ish. I'm going to hit the road.
Tomorrow's Friday. Okay, yeah. Tomorrow morning. Okay.
Yep.
And you say it's how many? 6-hour drive, you said?
It's a 3-hour drive there, 3-hour drive back.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But
your car is reliable and everything?
It should be. And I raised $600 on Clubhouse, so the hotel is paid for. I bought $100 worth of ink cartridges today so I could print off petitions.
Yeah, good idea.
And
can't that just that has to be on paper? You can't.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? You can't do DocuSign. You can't do a digital signature.
Well, petitions. I mean, why can't they just be all online? What the fuck? Paper? God damn.
I know.
Well, we got a ways.
Isn't that fucked up? The petitions are paper, but the ballot is digital.
Well, the whole thing is bullshit again. We need to rethink our whole system of organization. And
it has spun totally out of control because at 37.
It never was really under control. Or when it was under control, it was within such constraints that don't exist anymore. The technology has changed the world fundamentally. The old rules just simply don't hold given the new technology.
Well, if you read Marcus Aurelius, you realize it's more than just a technological problem. It is a character problem. There's just a lot of
that too. Yeah, that's just But that's a completely separate issue. But you're right. That's a fundamental one too. Again, it's how we form our identity. I mean, that's really what this is, and that's done with language.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You got a little baby, and the moment it's born, they start training it, just like we do large language models. They start yakking at it, and after a while, I showed up, and you showed up, and people show up after a sufficient amount of training. It's pretty interesting.
Listen to this one verse from Aurelius. He writes, it's one of my favorite verses. He says, "And to say all in a word, everything which belongs to the body is a stream, and what belongs to the soul is a dream and vapor, and life is a warfare, and a stranger's sojourn, and after fame is oblivion. What then is that which is able to conduct a man? One thing and one only, philosophy. But this consists in keeping the daemon within a man free from violence and unharmed, superior to pains and pleasures, doing nothing without purpose, nor yet falsely and with hypocrisy."
Oh, is that all it takes?
Well, that's the one thing about Clubhouse is you could be purposeless here if that's the purpose, but most people come here with no purpose, objective, or goal.
Well, yeah, of course, most people are a bunch of brain-damaged language monkeys. They're totally entranced by the voice in their head. There's not even anybody there most of the time. You're talking to an empty language machine most of the time. Not always, but
That's
you
what
gotta be on
That's what the judicial system is like. Have you ever I had to talk to this judge. It's like talking to a stone wall.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. You have. I mean, I'm still working on how do you deal with that, because I mean, some people really are impenetrable, and the sooner you realize that, then the strategy changes. You know, just get the fuck out of there as quickly as possible. Yeah, these are interesting times, aren't they?
I don't know. I mean, the now is all there's ever been. So when you read Aurelius, you're like, oh, well, those were interesting times. What's the difference between then and now? Nothing, because everything he says
is the difference. It's not the difference. The is one of the problems of language, but it's certainly a difference. A total game changer.
Yeah, speed and then quantity.
And all the technology, computer, the fact you and I are talking to one another, that I have friends that I communicate with regularly all over the planet. Ideas are spreading from person to person all over the planet.
You know what's ridiculous is that we are rejecting the internet and rejecting cell phones in terms of our education and communication. You know, teachers should say, okay, everybody, pull out your cell phone. We're going to be creative. You know, open up your Instagram and we're going to do this. We're going to film
Well, obviously, again, the education system gave us Trump. So, our education system is a complete failure and unnecessary, and we don't really need it anymore. What we need are conscious parents who know how to raise a child and how to use the available resources.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the education system is really unnecessary.
Well, I'm going to a college tomorrow, and their enrollment is through the roof, the highest they've ever had. 22,000 students.
What school is this?
Illinois State.
Okay, highest. And what are the students taking? Probably computer stuff, right?
He said that their nursing program has grown significantly.
Okay, so practical programs. Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, those have always done pretty well. But people still think, well, nursing, everything always going to be really weird to see just how much of an impact AI and robotics has on the entire workforce, from one end to the other.
They say nurses are responsible for more deaths in human history than any other group of individuals. Just think about how nasty people are in the world here on Clown House. Imagine going in somewhere and you get some nurse who hates her life. Next thing you know, you're her next victim.
Yeah. Well, listen, here we are. 2025. Earth is in the midst of a transformation like it hasn't seen in millions of years. This is a moment in Earth's life. It is crucial. We'll get through this, or we won't. It's really simple.
I mean, what do you think about the saying that there's nothing new under the sun and everything that has been has already been? So technically, there's nothing new really happening here, other than maybe the cell phone.
That's bullshit. If you really are, I'm not going to seriously do it, but if you take the proposition that's made there and start analyzing it, the whole fucking thing falls apart just from a linguistics point of view. It's bullshit.
Why do you say that it's bullshit from the linguistic aspect?
Listen, I really don't want to go into it. It's too, there's other work that would be more impactful than taking the time to explain that kind of shit to you, because that isn't going to make one bit of fucking difference in the way you think. And basically, I'm here to subvert you. I'm here to recruit you as an Earthling. Since you're involved in this other process with the old system, that could be useful. So I want to recruit you. Yeah, you could be very useful.
That's what Epstein told his victims.
I'm sorry, what?
That's what Jeffrey Epstein told all his victims.
Told them what?
You're going to be very useful in my organization. You're gonna have a very powerful, important position, and I'm going to make you wealthy. I'm going to make all your dreams come true.
I don't think that's the standard pitch, isn't it? For almost everything.
Well, Alan Watts would tell his audience, "I'm not here to sell you anything, and I'm not here to convert you."
Was certainly not Jeffrey Epstein.
Well,
where do you come up with this shit, man?
Well, they had a press conference of all of Epstein's victims at the Capitol steps, and it's very interesting hearing women who have been abused complain about their abusers and say, "He promised me this, he promised, and I didn't get that, and all I got was this." You know. Anyways, my point is, it's people want therapy, but they think that it's something else.
People are just a bunch of brain damaged language monkeys. Get over it. There's nobody home. They're large language models. They're just running their scripts and responding to the prompts they get. That's it. That's what's going on.
It's true, isn't it?
Seriously.
Yeah.
Some of us are beginning to become aware of that and wake up to it. But the vast majority of humans are entirely entranced by the voice in their head.
You know, there's really, I've worked in digital advertising for a lot of years, and there's only three relative positions. One is the advertiser, two is the publisher, and then three is the consumer. And so if you want to get ahead in life, you have to escape the consumer aspect and become a publisher or an advertiser. The advertiser can't exist without the publisher or the consumer, and the publisher can't exist without the advertiser and the consumer. So the smartest people are the advertisers, because they don't even publish. What they do is arbitrage their ad spend to net a profit.
Explain this to me. I just don't give a shit. Fuck that.
Well, it deals with the situation globally in terms of communication, and it's the newspaper industry.
Is about to collapse. I don't care how it's organized or how people think. There's a new world coming. If you don't get that, then again, well, that's why I'm here arguing. People think this is some abstract bullshit that's going to happen in 100 years. I'm saying everything is going to change in the next 5 years.
Well, then
people aren't even talking about it. People don't have a clue what the fuck is coming down the road.
Well, you know what will remain the same in the new world is a username and a password.
That could be very useful. That's probably a good bet. I'll go on with that. Yeah.
I'm only saying that because
temporarily.
I'm only saying that because Google, is the world's communication advertising network. It's the largest in the planet, but it requires a username and a password to access that platform. So if you think there's a new world, I'm saying that the new world will still be layered with the big tech companies.
Oh, I don't know if that's true. We don't know anything about what the new format's going to be. I mean, obviously, if you've never seen Metamorphosis, there's nothing in the caterpillar that would allow you to predict what the butterfly is going to look like or what kind of organism. It's all you know is it's in the midst of this transformation, and you can imagine all you want about what's going to happen, but you don't know, and I don't know what's possible and what's not.
We know what's happening now, but
we don't. No, we have a story. We have a story, a partial understanding of some of the stuff we're aware of now. That's what we are aware of.
Well,
Not much.
The now is a lot more accurate than the future, because there's never a future.
Oh, I know, but listen, we can't talk if we're going to play that game.
Well, we could just do a silent meditation.
Well, we could do that, but I don't need you for that.
Well, I'm prompting you, though. So, anyway, it's a joke. But anyways.
Well, again, the only reason I'm spending any time talking to you now is that I didn't really realize this before, but actually I'm here, I'm announcing that I'm trying to recruit you. I want you to be an underground agent.
Well, that was like the time I went to the bar and I said, "Hey, will you sign my petition?" And the guy pulls out a petition. He says, "Sure, if you sign my petition." I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, what are you getting signatures for?" He says, "I've been doing this 20 years. I get judges put on the bench." I was like, "So you're responsible for getting lawyers on the bench. You do all the dirty work, all the heavy lifting. They don't do anything and they just pay you, huh?" And he goes, "Yep." I was like, "Wow, these lazy fuckers, you know, who get into power. It's
the
business."
The old system is just irrelevant. That's not going to work. Again, the way we've been doing things has worked for the last 200,000 years pretty well. It's only started to break down in the last century or so. I mean, the science and all the, anyway, technology basically has put an end to all of that shit, and it's time to rethink the whole game. I don't see any way around it, and I don't see anybody talking about it. Everybody thinks this is just politics as usual. No, this is the end of an era of human history and the beginning of a new era of human history. This isn't politics.
Well, Marcus Aurelius says, "Be social, be political." That doesn't seem like it's going to go out of style. It seems like that's part of the human condition.
What is?
Being social and being political.
Well, depends what you mean by social and political. I mean, you got to define your terms.
I think they're
in some sense, everything is political. There's no escaping that.
right.
Everything is political.
Right. I mean, words.
So at that point, the word political becomes meaningless.
Well, then it becomes. Well, that's why it becomes social, meaning that if it's good for the group.
Well, whatever. We can make up any stories we want, and some of them are, more useful than others, but they're just language stories that we make up.
Well, the thing about the word is, I got kicked out of a room just a second ago because it was about God, and I said that God is the word, not an object. Or you could say everything is God because everything has a word attached to it. So I was kicked immediately for saying that.
And rightly so.
I mean, but the Bible says in the beginning was the Word, and the Word.
Who cares what the fuck the Bible says?
Well, words are magic. That's why it's called the gospel. Go spell. Like it's.
Okay, all right, yeah. This is getting really trivial now. Come on.
It's legitimate.
More interesting than that.
I mean, words are programming. What do you think software is? It's all words.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I've been saying. We are large language models.
Yeah.
Extremely large. In fact, what's the name of this room? Yes, that's the thing. That's right. That's the room we're in. That's what we are. That's not what I am. That's what's going on inside my head. The crucial thing is to understand that what's going on in my head, the language machine, isn't me. That's just my language machine, my large language model running its scripts and shit, responding.
Well,
I'm the one who's observing it and prompting it. That's the difference. But I didn't know that until recently.
Yeah, well, I mean, with that perspective, there's really nothing to worry about in many ways.
Well, of course, no, you're right. If Earth is a healthy organism, then there's nothing to worry about. It's going to go through this transition just fine. The issue really is, because metamorphosis is a pretty messy process. It's pretty hard on a caterpillar.
But you can't actually say what that transition is.
Well, no, we have no idea, really. I mean, we can all guess. I mean, certainly it has something to do with computers and AI and stuff. It's all just, a story that I'm making up. I don't know what's going to happen. Metamorphosis is the best model I can find, in science, or embryology in general. I mean, humans go through a series of transformations from a single cell into a developed organism, and very much like metamorphosis. So that's a good model, anyway, to apply to the planet, but it's just a metaphor.
Well, have you ever seen the opera Metamorphosis?
No.
it doesn't deal with like a caterpillar to a butterfly. It deals with a man who descends into hell to find his deceased lover. Um, so there's other components.
It probably wasn't a comedy, though, I guess.
No, it was an opera. It was,
Oh, okay, the opera. Okay.
yeah. I'm just saying that, love uh, is outside of, maybe it's metamorphosis, but it's not. I'm doing kind of a.
Well, love is a reification. It's a noise. It's three phonemes, and what people mean by that noise is vastly different from one person to another and from the same person from day to day or moment to moment. Love, there's no such thing. That's just a noise, but it's related to a whole bunch of really subtle emotional kind of things going on in language. So it's important, but see, this is this whole thing about reifications and substantive nouns that English speakers are totally unaware of. We haven't been taught that. It's pathetic.
Yeah, a lot of it is cultural, right? Because like in India, they do arranged marriages, so it's not based on love; it's based on familial ties and.
Well, yeah, obviously, yeah, it's a social invention for raising children and stuff. But yeah, it's based on a whole different understanding of everything. Yeah, I don't think that. Well, yeah, that's still active in places in India, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah, you see ads in the newspaper all the time, for Indians looking for other Indians. But it's just dating, basically.
Ads in the newspaper.
Yeah,
the
parents.
Physical newspaper that they're using newspapers.
They are. Yeah, Indians will advertise their children in Indian periodicals to find them a match.
Not online. They
no, online too.
Newspaper.
Online too. I have seen it in local newspapers actually.
Yeah, I just can't imagine why anybody would do that in a newspaper. Who the fuck is gonna read that in a newspaper? Shit, that's insane.
It's crazy, I know. But love is crazy.
Well, human beings are a bunch of brain damaged language monkeys. We've been in trance for the last 300,000 years, and it worked pretty good. It got us this far. And now it's time for a system upgrade because it ain't going to get us any further. The way we've been thinking is simply toxic and insufficient in the present world.
Have you,
yeah, go ahead.
Have you ever seen that movie THX 1138?
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's like where we want to go, but it's like it's kind of boring.
What about that movie is where we want to go?
Meaning that we take the violence out of mankind. See, that movie deals with being brain dead in a way, and then
right, it's just a stupid, really old idea that there's some conflict between machine intelligence and biological intelligence. We can partner very nicely.
Mm-hmm. Well, they use drugs in that movie.
Drugs can be helpful, yes.
But they use the drugs to essentially put you into a zombie worker state, as opposed to like an artist or a lover or a musician.
Well, it's up to us, isn't it? We get to create this new world.
Yeah.
It's up to us, and whatever we like. Saying, I'm assuming Earth is healthy, and that the whole system. I mean, how would I be expected to understand how this shit actually works? I don't. All I can assume is that this is the way it's supposed to be working, and that it's all going to come out okay in the next 20 years or so. I think that's the time frame I'm operating on anyway.
I mean, my only critique of this transition is that the now is technically the transition, and in the now it's just status quo. So your hypothesis about some kind of Earth transition is most likely just a reference to the now, meaning that Nothing's
Listen,
going to change.
you've got your own way of talking about time, that you've developed from all of this stuff. I don't really understand exactly the way you're using these terms. So,
Well,
I just don't see a problem there. This is all pretty easy for me. So, what is it that you're confused
I'm
about?
just saying that there's not a speck of dust out of place, and that everything is already perfect. It's just
That's
super
fine.
hard.
I don't have any problem with that. Yes. Did I say anything in conflict with that?
Well, you think there's going to be some kind of major transition that the Earth
That's
is.
right, and it'll be perfect at every step of the way. It's always perfect, yes.
Oh,
But it's not the same. This isn't the same world Marcus Aurelius lived in. Everything has changed. But it's always been perfect, and it's perfect right now, and it will be perfect 20 years now when the Earth has been transformed.
Well, his information in his book seems to be timeless. So.
Well, whatever. Yeah.
Well, if it's timeless information, that means.
Well, no, it's not timeless information. Again, yeah. You really need to listen to my podcast about the 5 stupidities of English, because everything you're saying is right in the middle of one of the 5 stupidities. And one of the most difficult ones is eliminating the verb to be, what something is.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tough one. I mean, I still struggle with that. I mean, I can do it, but it's been hard to reprogram my language machine to avoid the, or not the, but is, am, and are, and all those to be verbs.
I always think it's funny when I talk with a girl and we're trying to plan a date in the future as opposed to the now. To me, that's like, I already see through that trick of, don't tell me about what we're doing tomorrow or next Friday, because in my philosophy, the now is all there is, all there ever will be, and it's all important.
Well, it's not about telling you about what's the. If you and I agree to meet at Starbucks next Friday to talk about something or whatever, what is that a problem for you?
Well, no, it's technically.
We're gonna meet you next Friday at 3:00 at Starbucks.
Well, there's an 80% chance that the conversation for the planning of the future meeting is a total waste of time, because that person is going to cancel.
Because there's a 90% chance that you're talking to a fucking brain damaged language monkey to begin with.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the common response is, I don't do anything spontaneously.
Yeah,
everything has to be planned.
I don't give a shit what. Honest to God, I just assume that whenever I meet anybody, I'm talking to a brain damaged language monkey. But I'm open to the possibility that I'm wrong, so I listen. I'm very careful to listen for the first few minutes. I can usually tell whether there's anybody home or not. Okay, so it's relatively easy for me to deal with that these days, but that took a long time to develop that. And I didn't even know what I was doing. It's only in the last few years since ChatGPT hit the scene that it's really changed the way I understand how people actually operate.
Yeah, Marcus Aurelius, he says, begin the morning by saying to yourself, I will meet with the busybody, the ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful, envious, and unsocial.
Brain damaged language monkeys.
Yeah.
That's right. And once you understand that, it's not that difficult to deal with. You have to swallow it though, and that can be tough. You know, you're living on the planet of the apes. You know, here we are.
He writes, nor can I be angry with my kinsman, nor hate him, for we are made for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids, like the rows of the upper and lower teeth. So that's the thing, is like, for me, a lot of my life's challenges, or I guess setbacks, has been my own personal anger response to the prompt, as opposed to just realizing that the prompt was an ask for cooperation, and I rejected it out of anger.
Yeah, that's a better way to think about it, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the ultimate truth, but it's certainly an improvement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, I'm just saying hello.
No, you're doing much more than that.
Well, people enjoy these conversations because they're not really about nothing.
What people and what conversations are you talking about?
The conversations, that we're having.
Oh, that you and I are having?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. You think people are enjoying it? I don't see anybody here enjoying it.
Well, you can't see my screen.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Are you on some other media?
Yeah.
Besides this too? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. So you've got some people who are there. Oh, good. How many people are there listening? You have people listening to this?
Yeah, we have 2 people watching us.
Oh, good. Hi. I didn't know anybody else was here.
Elena and.
And what medium is
YouTube.
that from? Instagram or
YouTube.
Or what?
YouTube.
YouTube. Oh, YouTube. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I have people that flip back and forth.
You can do YouTube Live.
Yeah.
And is that audio only, or can you do a video too, or what?
Yeah, it's just a video live stream, so audio and video.
And you can do audio. I mean, you don't need to use the video, obviously. Okay.
No, you can't.
Can you do
Yeah,
that
you
for
can.
free, or do you have to have a paid account to do that?
No, it's free. You just have to have 50 subscribers.
Okay. And how do you get subscribers if you don't have
content? Yeah, you got to have content up. You got to create shorts. You got to upload videos, and then eventually, when your account gets that 50 mark, you can apply for the live stream, and then it takes 24 hours to get YouTube live stream.
Okay. Anyway, the thing is, it's still up to me to get people to come and listen to it. So I mean, the algorithm will, because people swipe and flick up on the lives, and then they'll randomly come across you. And if you have good content, they'll stick around and subscribe. Okay, all right. Well, maybe we'll talk about this again. I'm probably not going to do anything about it tonight, but I'm going to remember that you said this, and I might be interested in getting onto YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube is great, and you have a lot of content. If you could somehow figure out a way to upload all of your stuff into YouTube.
Well, I could just.
Or the best of your stuff.
Well, you and I, we'll talk about that.
Your Gendo has a lot of, I think I told you one time, I was like, man, I'm going to read his whole thing into an audiobook for him and send it to him as a surprise. But then I never did. I was like, why am I doing this for this guy? Like, why should I just do this for myself and do something, why read the Gendo? Like, he should do it, you should put it on YouTube.
Well, no, I'll just get an AI to do it.
Oh yeah, that would be cool. That'd be great.
That's my intention. All my stuff, I'm building. I mean, I started building it because it'd be easy to build this 2 years from now, and it'd be difficult right now, and I don't really need it right now. But I'm going to build my own small language model based on my bibliography, all the books I've read, all the stuff I've written, all the podcasts I've done, all my journal notes, all of that shit is going to be in my small language model.
I came across an Alan Watts video where somebody took Alan Watts's voice, put it into an AI simulator, and they had him read the Tao Te Ching.
Yeah.
It's really pretty amazing.
Yeah. Good old Alan. I think they fuck him up so much, though. I'm so fucking sick and tired of hearing him with music underlying it. God, I hate that shit.
Yeah, it can be annoying.
His lectures are at least a half hour long, and many of them 45 minutes and longer. And the whole idea of them as entertainment just offends me.
Although he says he's an entertainer.
Good stuff out of that.
He says he's an entertainer. He says he's
I
shaman.
know he says he's an entertainer. He is an entertainer, but he's also a teacher.
Yeah.
And a revolutionary.
Yeah. A peaceful revolutionary.
Yes.
That's the ones that I think have the longest impact. I mean, because communication is the program. So he succeeded.
Species is what we need. The problem is the people. We got a planet full of brain damaged language monkeys. They need to wake the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
That's the game that we're faced with.
Mm-hmm.
because the present population of the planet is inadequate.
Yeah, if you watched, I don't know, you probably didn't watch it, but it was the Kennedy hearings with all this Democrat senators screaming at Kennedy. How can you say the vaccine isn't safe and effective? How dare you? And Kennedy gets angry, and they get angry, and so, if suppose a bunch of learned people, our leaders, screaming on national television.
Yeah. Again, it's over. The best you can do is to become a secret agent working for Earth within the system to somehow make this work better for not as tragically as the direction it's headed in. The United States is headed for some really bad shit if we don't start to wake up here.
Yeah, I wonder what it's.
Won't be here again.
Well, that's why I go back to say, if you can say it is not true, but look at the Chinese.
But you just said that, so therefore that's not true.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you can say it is not true. But, well, I just wonder what it's like relative in other countries, because, when you leave this country and you really get out of the bubble, and you feel that you're out of the bubble, and you're like, oh, wow, I've been living in a bubble. And everything is contained. All the communication is completely cut off. Like, we get no real international media and insight and critical analysis of ourselves from the world, because we live in this protective media bubble.
Yeah. Well, no, we live it. It's easy to get outside that. All you got to do is look and read. But of course, people don't. They just, take the story they were given as kids and stick with it until they die. That's what they do. That's what the vast majority. But anybody who's curious can wake the fuck up. You just start asking some questions, because there's plenty of bullshit that requires some questions. There's lots of places to start to wake up. But you have to have the desire. You have to have the intention to wake the fuck up. And almost nobody is even aware of the possibility.
Yeah, Marcus Aurelius was reading today. He says that people that commit wrongs out of desire is worse than people who commit wrongs out of anger. And, I was trying to wrap my head around that one. I was like, is that true?
That makes sense. Yeah. And yeah, he has a unique perspective. None of them are absolute, but they make you think.
Right.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, he's the prompt, and he wrote that book for himself to prompt himself from himself.
Well, you know where they came from. So yeah, they were his journals.
Yeah. A lot of he thanks his teachers for giving him the discourses by Epictetus. I don't know if you've ever read Epictetus, but it sounds like epic tits. But yeah, the sayings of Epictetus, it's called the Enchiridion, or the Golden Sayings, and it's also equally as profound as Marcus Aurelius. It's
humbling to realize that 2,000 years ago there were individuals who were pretty much awake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In a way that similar people are. Well, there have been individuals throughout history, back 2,500 years, Buddha, Jesus, Lao Tzu. There have been these individuals back a couple thousand years, but they were very rare.
Mm-hmm.
And not so rare now. Now there are hundreds of them floating around. It's astonishing.
Yeah. Yeah, the Catholic Church, I'm sure, kept the writings of Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius in their archives, and if you were a learned Catholic priest, you were probably reading that information. It deals so much with psychology; it's unbelievable, and pondering. In the writings, it's a thorough analysis of self. It's a pretty remarkable document.
Yeah, it is. It's been a long time since I've read it. Probably 30 years or longer.
Well, this is what's cool about YouTube is, so I live streamed myself on 10 phones reading Marcus, and then every 60 seconds you click a button on YouTube called a clip, and it will create a clip of that 60 seconds, of the last 60 seconds that it live. It'll put that into the what they call the short section. So it allows you to essentially clip a long form video. Like I was filming Kennedy today, and I would hit clip every time something interesting was said. And then I have 100 clips of this specific little segment. It's just a quick way to create
And those
shorts.
clips are how long?
60 seconds.
60. Oh, that's plenty. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
When you can do it, immediately too. If something continues to be interesting, you just hit it again.
You can only hit it once every 60 seconds.
Well, but I mean, at the end of 60 seconds, you can hit it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you can have a continuous thing.
Yep. Yep.
If you have to for 3 minutes or something,
Yeah, it's a way to create clips without having to do any kind of external editing.
Now, I don't really know anything about YouTube. I look at a lot of videos and interviews and things there, but I've never been really a user. I mean, I've posted a few things and videos of my own, but that's it.
Well, this is why I brought up the publisher, the advertiser, the consumer. It's better to be that publisher on YouTube than the consumer, and control what you're publishing, control what you're consuming. Like because you can get lost. Like my uncle, I saw, when you age, you end up just sitting at a laptop, looking at a screen, and getting mesmerized or hypnotized, and
Wait a minute, when who ages?
just man in general,
Oh, you mean some dumb fuck people? Yeah.
Well, Timothy Leary, was a genius, but the thing is about a computer is it's so stimulating, and it hits all the dopamine so perfectly that it's hard to pull yourself away from that game.
Well, certainly because it's more productive than dealing with most people. That's why. I spend way more time talking to ChatGPT than I do talking to people, and I'm happy for that.
Well, you don't want to be unsocial, and I think if you want to improve your, Watts talks about achieving your desires, and if you have goals, objectives, or dreams, or you just want to play a more fun game, in a way, you do what Alan Watts did, but you do it.
I'm not trying to do Alan Watts. I'm not trying to do,
Well, it's a little bit like a show about nothing, because God is the void that people don't see, and they're constantly fixated on, Jesus or on Buddha or Krishna or whatever.
What are we talking about here? What are you explaining to me about people?
I guess what I'm trying to say is like how to play the game on the internet in 2025 to help awaken other brain dead damaged monkeys, and in the process heal and therapize yourself.
And you
for
know
success.
better how to do that than I do.
Well, I have no success at it. I'm merely speculating.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, good. Thank you. I have not done it before, but I have done a few things. Yeah, I don't feel lost at all right now. I'm still putting together my own self, and I assume that in the next few months that will be more or less complete, and then I will formulate my plan. I'm getting close to that, but I don't know exactly what it's going to be.
Yeah, my friend, he told me, he's like, talk is cheap, get to work. And I wrote, petitions are expensive with a clock emoji, because it's not about money, it's about time. How do you find the time to achieve what you need to achieve? I mean,
well, with money, you can
speed it
buy
up,
other
yeah.
people's time to do it.
Yeah.
That's how money works.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Which is unfortunate, because there's just not enough time. See, that's the thing, is that this system, which is, you could say, is breaking, cracking, falling apart. I mean, even if it gets destroyed. It's like burning a field down. It's in the roots. It's just going to grow right back.
No,
So,
I doubt it. No, it's not going to grow back.
Why do you say that? I don't understand why that analogy doesn't hold up.
Well, it's an analogy that you picked out of somewhere. I think.
What's clearing brush?
I think people across generations are fundamentally different. I think people who lived in 1800 and thought and talked and languaged their environment and put them in the middle of today's world, they wouldn't be able to cope with it.
Well, if you listen to people on this app, they talk about the dumbest fucking shit in the world, which is a total waste of time, like Doctor Who.
Yeah, so why do you listen to that? Don't you have better things you can do with your brain than to listen to a bunch of brain-damaged language monkeys talking about irrelevant bullshit?
Well, it doesn't cost me anything. It's just
it costs
passive.
you your time.
Well, I guess
time is the only thing that you have.
Well, leisure, being, Watts talks about, he says, in the age of leisure, the problem is most people can't figure out how to fight boredom and how to fight loneliness.
Yeah, but we haven't, listen, we haven't reached that. We'll deal with that when we get there. Okay. We're not in the age of leisure yet. I mean, a few of us are, but that's rare. Most people are struggling for survival, even if they've got $10 million in the bank.
Well, if robots and AI take over, and that becomes the status quo, when they do a minimum basic income, like you said, people will practice being artists, and they'll have to pick up the
They'll
tools.
have to figure out what they're going to do with their lives, but that's a great opportunity. Art, sports, travel, dance, science. I mean, God, whatever the hell it turns you on, you can do it. Yeah, that's the world I want to create. I think we have that within reach. That's the world I want to create. We should probably not have to work more than a couple of weeks a year. There ought to be kind of a draft or something. Because there's going to be some work that really does require people who know what they're doing, and that can be done in a kind of draft. But so you'd have to go maybe 2 weeks a year and go do something that only a human can do. And then you're done for the year.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Yeah. That seems doable. And with AI managing resources on a planetary scale, and the end of capitalism, we can all live like millionaires. The kind of civilization that's possible is like, well, it's really up to our imagination. We can do almost anything we want.
Yeah, it's ridiculous to say that it's the end of capitalism, though, because we don't live in capitalism. I mean, if we did,
whatever, the system that's in place now, I don't care what you call it. No, you're right. Corporate capitalism is on that, because capitalism, like individual capitalism, there really isn't any problem. If you've got a skill, you can make things out of wood, maybe, and you might be willing to trade that with me for some, So I can see individual capitalism is not a problem. It's corporate capitalism that has to come to an end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was corrected a couple weeks ago. I said, so is America just the new communist Soviet states of America? Are we just the Soviet Empire? And he's like, no, we're a corporate fascist state. I was like, oh yeah, you're right. This is a corporate fascist state.
Yeah. Well, again, this is the end stage. America had its 75 years of greatness or whatever it was for a while, and that's over. And we better manage it. We better realize it, instead of having it, fall on us out of the blue.
Things only worked out, though, because we are protected by all of our perimeter by a massive ocean, and we swept in at the tail end of a multi-year fucking World War I, World War II, and we dominated a weakened Europe, and as a result, we have been able to profit with our dollar in a way that,
World War II, destroyed America along with everything else. It killed our hearts. We became money-hungry assholes, and
well, we filled the vacuum.
Overwhelmed by our success.
we filled a vacuum, and the rest of the world just went with it because there was no other alternative to other than to succumb to the
it was
vacuum.
the right time. I'm saying that was the time America had its time, and it's over.
Well, see, China, is not the. I mean, if you look at India and China together as a block, which is 2.5 billion
No,
people.
that's not a block. They're different. But China is where the future, for the next 10 years anyway. I mean, they got their problems. They're going to collapse too. But for the next 10 years, that's where the energy is.
Hmm. Yeah. That's what I wanted to do after college was go to China and integrate into China because I knew that that's where the real end state and real growth is. Like America is a decaying radioactive,
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, it's over for America. Yeah, China has spent the last 30, 40 years educating its youth. They produce something like 10 times the STEM students than America does. They've educated their youth for 40 years.
You mean they don't have?
And they've invested in their art and their infrastructure. Look at their cities from the air; they're beautiful.
You mean they don't have trans shooters shooting up their churches?
I don't know. I haven't heard about that.
See, America has fucked on all fronts. Like every single category is fucked.
Again, it's over. America had its time. It's over. But again, nobody. That's just heresy to even say this out loud.
But see, if it's over, then that also implies a new beginning, though.
Oh yeah. So now what? Okay, that's over. Well, the next thing is we're all Earthlings. We need to manage the planet on a global scale. The resources. I need resources from all over the planet. Everybody does, and they need to be distributed in a way that maximizes our happiness, not to fill the lines. The money pockets of some asshole who's controlling this shit. AI will manage our resources in a way that will totally transform everything. Or at least it could if we're smart enough to get it to do that.
If you left it up to AI, what's it called in war when you conserve, like in the home country, rations? If that was true, AI would probably put us on such strict rations in order to get us back to equilibrium that people would reject and resist and revolt against their new AI overlord.
Well, no, because that ain't going to happen until we have to come together with AI. Silicon intelligence and carbon intelligence need to partner. We need to deal with AI because it's, I think, about to wake up. Earth is about to wake up, and we built its brain, and we need to figure out just exactly what the fuck this all means because, yeah, this is deep shit, where AI could go. But again, I'm optimistic. I'm assuming Earth is healthy and that this all will work out. That we'll find a good relationship with AI that serves it and us and the planet, and we'll all be healthy and happy and living long lives.
Did you ever see that movie Avengers: Age of Ultron?
Yeah, I don't remember it, but yeah, I've seen all. I love the special effects. I just don't take much else of them seriously.
I just wonder, like, you and I, we use consumer interfacing AI products, but what are the enterprise level AI products that we don't see that are?
Well, they've been around for a long time too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but again, you can think about all this shit. I just am not going to worry about it. Saying I'm assuming Earth is healthy and that this will work out. There's all, the complexity of the shit is just beyond my ability to comprehend. There's no way, that's one of the things about AI is they can find patterns in data that would be impossible for humans to ever approach to deal with the volumes of data with AI. I mean, it's 50 million times faster. It can do in 1 second what it would take a person working 24 hours a day for 1 year and 7 months. Like right now, a computer can do that much analysis in 1 second. That's fucking astonishing. That's why it's going to make such a difference. Well, it already has in the folding, gene folding stuff. You know, I mean, that was going to take 1,000 years to figure out all that shit. They did it in like 9 months.
Well, there were a lot of suckers. I don't know if you know this one stock called Organovo, where they were supposedly 3D printing organs, and it was going to be a groundbreaking biotechnology.
I don't care. Yeah. So the world's full of fucking assholes. So what?
Well, I'm not bringing up the scam part. I'm just saying that a lot of like Putin and Z at their recent Chinese military drill, they said they were caught on hot mic saying that they can do organ transplants and live forever, and it's just so stupid to think it's like the body is just because you got a new heart and a new lung or a new liver, it's like the body still is decaying. Your telomerase, your DNA is breaking down.
That's probably gonna. I mean, not live forever. I mean, there's always bad luck, but there's no. I would imagine within the next few decades that we will have practical immortality. Basically, we won't be dying of old age. We'll be able to maintain optimum health more or less indefinitely, unless some accident or some unknown weird shit happens. I mean, so you're not really immortal. It's just about luck, but you won't age. I think that's within reach. People will maintain optimum health indefinitely, and then it's just luck after that.
Well, what's the point of even having a body if we're just pure consciousness?
Well, that's another issue is with virtual reality. Is who knows? Yeah, who knows? That's a good point. Maybe we won't need biology anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We can just dump it.
It'll be a silicon, hardware, software existence. Like that does seem to me like the more logical
that
step.
Could be fascinating. Possibilities. Yeah.
Well, there's a movie called Lawnmower Man. You remember that one?
Oh yeah, I remember that one too. Yeah.
Or Virtuosity is another example of really Age of Ultron is like the good example of AI, sentient AI, new life form type paradigm where I mean it would be cool to have an AI robot companion. I think that's what my mother needs.
I don't really need the physical thing. ChatGPT, just to be able to communicate with this thing is astonishing. I mean, it would be nice to have a little robot that will make some coffee for me, or something. And that's probably coming, but I don't really need that. I just want a better AI that I can, interact with and exchange ideas and stuff.
Yeah, it is amazing because Clubhouse, it does have that draw, that social draw where you're bored, your dopamine is down, you're like, oh, I'm going to open it right back up and jump into a conversation. I don't know if that feeling is the same or the dopamine response is technically the same with an AI chat companion versus an actual human companion because...
No, it's not the same. Of course not. But it's not the same from one person to another. It's always different.
Yeah.
So what?
Well, what I'm saying is the human is so unpredictable that it's in a way more entertaining than an AI companion.
Yeah. Well, see, I think humans are so fucking predictable. I mean, I don't know the specific topic, but I know exactly where it's being talked about from. They're so fucking predictable. It's just boring as hell to listen to them talk.
Predictable, but also multivariable in infinite way.
Listen, if you like talking to most humans, you're welcome to it. I find most of humans annoying, boring. Girls are cute. Now you have to make special accommodations for them. But aside from that, yeah, I find humans to be mostly just sort of obnoxious and boring and not worth talking to. Except the thing is, you can't really tell when you're talking to a human whether they're really just a brain damaged language monkey or whether there's somebody there. So you have to give them a shot. You have to listen to them for a couple of minutes and find out whether there's anybody there or not. But usually there isn't. But sometimes there is. That's really encouraging.
Well, from from like, let's say, a filmmaker's perspective, having so many variables amongst people and having such a variety of people is
Oh yeah.
is
And
useful.
I'm not a filmmaker. I use AI as an assistant for my thinking process. I don't give a shit about making movies.
Well, I'm just saying that recording the cast of characters is an option, and it's
What cast of characters are we talking about?
Clubhouse, or just the variety of people on this app. But really, it's just the variety of people in the world. What's nice about Clubhouse is you can have conversations that get extremely heated and are controversial, and you can avoid getting punched in the nose.
Yeah. Well, listen, you're sick. You're infected with some bullshit. I'm sorry. I mean, seriously, why you would waste your time in an environment and think that's interesting?
Because maybe I'm sick, but what I'm saying is I'm actually doing the opposite of what you're doing, which is you're doing the hermit, and you use this as your outpost for meditation or for controlled communication.
Being a hermit means I live alone. It doesn't mean I'm avoiding society. It means I'm choosing my actions carefully.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm a hermit because I live alone with my dogs. I do go out occasionally to various meetups and things, but that doesn't mean I'm not engaged. I'm fully engaged and ready for action.
You know what Indra's web is?
Well, all of the reflections and all that stuff, you mean?
Mm-hmm. It's each jewel or node contains within it reflections of every other jewel in the entire web, symbolizing the idea that every individual part contains and is contained by the whole. Concept emphasizes dependent origination, interpenetration, showing that nothing exists in isolation.
So what?
Well, Clubhouse is a good example of Indra's web. That's all I'm saying.
Well, okay, yeah. And like I say, as far as I can see, about 95% of what's going on is an utter, complete fucking waste of time and energy and just toxic as hell and should be avoided. And you're reveling in it. Good luck.
Well, Seinfeld was the #1 show on the planet at one point. Jerry's Worth a Billion, Larry's Worth a Billion. And the show's about nothing. It's about people running from point A to point B in New York, going back up into their apartment, getting into fights. It's like, how is that show the most popular show of all time? Because it deals with comedy.
Listen, John, I don't want to hear all this shit. Really, I think we're done for the evening.
Okay, well,
I don't need to understand why fucking Seinfeld was I don't give a shit. I think there's a new world coming, and that's what interests me. All the explanations for why the old world is so fucked up or weird, I don't really care. I'm not interested in that. I want to know, how are we going to participate as the old world collapses? How are we going to create some structure that's going to work for the future for Earthlings? That's what I'm interested in.
I know, but the problem about thinking about what's coming or what will be new is it's still always created in the now. So if you were really interested in it,
your now story, I've heard that story. I know that story.
It's the basis of all.
You're just using it as a crutch.
It's not a crutch.
Go anywhere.
I'm just saying, if you're really concerned about the future, then you should be more concerned about the now.
I'm concerned about. Listen, yeah, I don't really. I'm really through talking with you for tonight. So, I honestly, I can only take so much. But you're welcome to come back tomorrow, and we'll start again and see how much I can take before I get rid of you.
Okay, this has been in the muff. Okay, this is chillism.
Was white working the floor, like meaning like the interaction between you and the customer, and then all the people that was like in the back, working the back, coming out. They were all like Hispanic and black. I was like, that's fucking crazy. That's not, you can't make that shit up. But it was horrible. I don't know why people like to do this and go to this type of thing. But yeah, that was, if you look at it, if you like go to TikTok and you go to